Enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about Jewellery Maker. Watch one of our easy-to-follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
Hello, I'm Colin Wagstaff. I'm the new Managing Director of Jewellery Maker. So please join me on Monday, and it's Bank Holiday Monday. We're going to have some fantastic gemstones and, of course, some fantastic deals. So please join me, Bank Holiday Monday at Jewellery Maker. Don't miss out.
Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about Jewellery Maker. Watch one of our easy-to-follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people.
Welcome back, everyone. Nice to have your company this afternoon. My name's Ellen. I'm joined by Laura Binding. How are you doing, honey?
I'm good.
Are you enjoying this morning's show?
I am. It's great fun.
I tell you what, I had to take a deep breath then after that last hour.
You did, didn't you? You were like,
I was like, that was exciting, wasn't it? The Tanzanite, absolutely amazing. But we have not peaked too soon, you know. We've got so much more to bring you, including, I've been talking about it since 8 o'clock this morning, and I've been very deliberately elusive. Deliberately, because here at Jewellery Maker, yes, we've brought you carved gemstones before, in various different varieties. However, this is brand new in, and it's the first time I'm actually seeing it in this gemstone. I did reminisce for a short time about the fact that only a few weeks ago I was over in Rome, and this reminded me of the Trevi Fountain. It actually reminded me of the carvings that you saw, just how the light played, if you like, across the carvings of those wonderful sculptures. Now, same mentality, I suppose, and it is without shadow of a doubt, with the same appreciation that I bring you this gorgeous strand. It's Howlite, and look how Howlite looks when it's actually faceted, or rather carved, in these beautiful, beautiful means. You've got that texture of marbling, haven't you? Crisp whites like this one here, and then mottled effects as you go further down the strand, all 100% individual, all totally, totally unique. This is coming up as a brand new launch within the course of this hour, so don't go too far, because that's coming your way. We've also got, now if I was to ask Laura, and I will, because I already know the answer to the question, but I will for your benefit as well. Laura, what is your favourite coloured wire?
Copper.
Oh, is it a showstopper? Wait, so we're about to take Laura's favourite coloured wire for a show-stopping price tag. We are, after this. Okay. Now, Laura, your favourite colours of wire, I know you say you use the golds and you use the silver, is your sort of coppers and bronze.
Yeah, I love two-toning and using the coppers, antique bronze, and getting that lovely textural look.
And me, I totally do as well, and ironically you're working with something very, very similar. I have 0.6 gauge here of your antique bronze. This is quite literally like gold dust. I cannot stress enough that when it comes to wire, it sells out. We can't maintain, and we've been saying this for many years, our supplies, with the quality that we have, simply cannot sustain the demand that we have for our wire, because, and I know you've said it, Laura, I know lots of wire workers say it, Gemma Crow will probably say it as well, one of the guest designers amongst you all probably, is that the quality of our wire is second to none.
Yeah, definitely. It's so easy to work with, it's so malleable, it's got such a lovely fluidity and feel to it.
Yeah, without shadow of a doubt. And you can create with this with confidence that colouring, and it is antique bronze coloured wire. So sterling silver in there. Basically, you've got the antique bronze colour, then you've got the sterling silver, and then you've got the copper underneath. So you can wear this with confidence. But it is put together, constructed in a way which means that you have got durability. So with care, as I'd always suggest that you create with care, you're not really, it would take some considerable bashing, I suppose, to chip off that antique colour. Inevitably though, because of the quality, because of the beauty, because of the desirability of the colour and how it works with so many different gemstones, it always sells out. Now it's a 10 metre spool, you've got the 0.6mm gauge, so you were saying earlier on again, Laura, that out of all the gauges, this is probably one of the most versatile.
Yeah, it is. It's perfect for Viking knit and rosary linking.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking those lovely pearls I had in the second kit.
Yeah, amazing.
Set in the centre of a Viking knitted bracelet with that.
Oh gosh, would look incredible. And I like the sound of the rosary link with this as well. It is a showstopper, and already lots of you making the most of this. I can see lots of you choosing to multi-buy. I would be doing exactly the same. Is that £3.45? Is it just me? Right, okay, Dion and I haven't worked with each other for a while. It is going to become a regular occurrence now, Dion, but I'm slowly but surely cottoning on to your game. I know your game. So you know earlier on when you did that ridiculous price for the red wire, that wasn't a mistake. That was deliberate. The fact that your voice is all squeaky when you're replying to me tells me that you're telling porky pies. No, that doesn't look like an 8. It looks like a 3. I know your game. I know your. Isn't this fantastic though? I like the rebellious pregnant Dion. I do like the rebellious pregnant Dion, and the fact that she just does not care. £3.45 only. That's an add it to your order price. Even if you don't know what, even if you haven't started wire working yet.
No, and as we said, 0.6, a lovely gauge to start working with, even if you're an experienced wire worker beginning or sort of, you know, just like playing about with wire. It's an ideal gauge. It's a lovely gauge. And like I said, you said about the colour, the only way you take that colour off really is if you accidentally nick it with your wires. That's the only way. I've got pendants and Viking knit pieces that I made years ago and I wear regularly, and it doesn't tarnish, it doesn't change in any way.
I know what pieces you're talking about as well. And in Aberdeenshire, I know I'm not repeating myself, but that's I know I'm repeating myself, but that's not blue. Yes, it's not, is it, Anne? It's not. And by the way, I'm pretty sure that price point is, in the world of Jewellery Maker, illegal. What that basically means is it's potentially not even worth our while to bring this to you right now. And I'm kind of thinking Hannah Roxbury is going to be doing this. Oh, don't call her name out, Dion says. Oh, now you panic. Now she panics. She's got to be squirming in her seat right now. What do you mean? How do you make brown, orange and blue? Now, you know what, Dion? I've wised up to your ways. Yes, I know. I know that's how, I know, but that's not a justified reason, is it? Orange and brown, you mean? Yes. £3.45. Hang on a minute. So, right, say I'm not a wire worker. I can make jump rings out of these. And I doubt the amount of jump rings that you're going to get out of this spool, you're going to be able to purchase them for that price point. No. So great for chain mailers. Let's have another example. I could rosary ring, like you said. Findings. I could make findings out of these. So very affordable way of making your antique bronze findings. What else could I do with these? Gizmo. I love that. Laura and I are right now doing a game of charades. The baby made her do it.
Oh, that's a good new one.
Do you know what? I'm starting to feel sorry for these babies, to be fair, because they're getting blamed for everything, aren't they? No, you didn't. You didn't do it.
The baby
I know, baby Dion did. Yeah. Oh, apparently that one did. Poor babies. Poor babies. Oh my goodness, £3.45. What else can we do with these? I mean,
it's pretty much anything. I mean, I tend to do a lot of the wire sculptures, like the taking wires and sort of swirling and creating a solid piece with that. 0.6 is a really lovely practice wire where you still get a really lovely substantial sort of piece, but gets you used to working with the thicker gauges as well. So it's really lovely. I think it's a general wire for anybody. Yeah, totally. We had 100. Obviously, there's nowhere near that quantity now. Do make those confirmations as soon as you possibly can. Yeah, great for making your own findings. And again, we've got DVDs, we've got tutorials on our own website of how to make findings, like, you know, your shepherd hooks and your butterfly posts and your clasps, etc. I'm going to move on because we are going to bring you one of the most satisfying tools that we stock here at Jewellery Maker. I love even the sound of it. It's quite childlike. It's called the whacker. And it's not a word association game where you mustn't pause and you mustn't hesitate. It's not that. It is where you quite literally whack your wire. So we deliberately, and you might be thinking, what on earth are these? It's 2 blocks. Are they perspex? Kind of like perspex, actually. They're very, very strong. Yeah, it's really hard to describe. Yeah. You get 2 of these, and they have got, I'll do this once because it's a bit like nails down a chalkboard. Ready? It's got a texture. Yeah, okay.
I won't do it again because that does go through some people. But you put your wire whacker, or one of your wire whackers, on whatever surface you're working on. You put your wire in between the two whackers and then you whack.
Pretty much. You can either just do it with, like, hit it with the top sort of layer, or you can hit it with a hammer.
Yep.
So if you set it like that, then get your hammer and then hit the hammer directly onto, yeah, like that.
Absolutely. What does this do?
So it won't flatten your wire. So if you wanted to make your wire look flat, then that would be directly hammering that to the steel block. But that will work hard in it, but protect it. So it makes it stronger in itself, but it doesn't alter the look of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it will help it retain its shape or whatever you've created if you want to strengthen that wire. But it won't mark it. It won't change the texture or the look of it.
So if you want to keep that circular wire circular, but you want it to be hardened, then use your wire whacker. Carol in Manchester saying this is brilliant, an essential part of your kit. It is. It's funny actually, because sometimes the simplest ideas are the most effective, and it is. So whacking your wire. I'm not joking now, but seriously, using your wire whacker does actually add strength. So you could take your 0.6 wire and essentially maybe by actually whacking it, maybe take it to a different level of hardness, or maybe, like, for want of a better expression, kind of like a different gauge.
Yeah, internally it's going to be stronger.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, with a 0.6, sometimes it's perfect for earring findings, but it can sometimes be a little bit, it will still have movement, it can distort.
Yeah.
But you can create your shape, pop it in there, hit it, and then it will harden, but it won't look like anything, it won't look any different. No. But it will retain its shape.
Whereas if you were to whack it with a hammer without if you were to hit it with a hammer without the whacker tool, then it would obviously distort the shape.
Well, yeah, you could start to change the texture and the appearance, but
absolutely.
Also the finer the wire, the more likely you are to damage that wire if you do that.
Absolutely.
So that's going to keep it safe.
Already, Claire, Debbie, Staffordshire, Mary, another Debbie, well done to you, in Northamptonshire, hello to you, Cambridgeshire, Gail, Isabel, Yorkshire, you're there as well, £5.95. Again, one of the most simple tools in terms of its construction, but yet one of the most effective. If you started working with your wire, or you're thinking, you know what, I could make my own findings, or, I like the idea of, I'm a chain mailer, and I like the idea of making my own jump rings, because how often do we bring you the certain colours of jump rings? Well, this is a great way of doing that. At a super affordable way. Again, lots of you choosing to multi-buy. An essential, you just heard from Carol there saying, an essential to any wire worker. And yet only £5.95 for this incredible deal. Check out though as soon as you can. I don't see it every day. And it's always good fun. I love it. It is good fun. Is there any suggestions of how you should use this? Should this be on a sandbag or anything like that?
No, it's pretty, I mean, obviously, whenever you do anything like hammer, and try not to do anything that's going to bounce, like this surface here, because it's on plastic, it could give a little bit of bounce back, so you don't want to do that. But it should be fine because it's protected. Yeah. And you're not changing it in any way in its appearance, you're just strengthening it. But it's also ideal for your coloured wires, because it won't take any of the coating.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't want to just hit it, would you?
No. Sometimes with a coloured wire, if you hit it and you catch it at the wrong angle, you can sometimes mark that colour a little bit. But with that, it's going to protect it.
Absolutely. Love it. Well done, well done. I've got some, speaking of jump rings, only 64 of these are available, and they are brand new. Now, if you do your chainmail, I can hear lots of ears picking up. Then these are going to be perfect. If you love bezel setting jewellery, or kind of like a bezel set design, you'll absolutely adore these. Bring the graphics in for you straight away. They're silver plated, Greek pattern. Oh, I like that. Greek pattern jump rings, and you can see they are some of the biggest jump rings, 6.5 by 1.5 millimeters in their size. Saw cut, so you can see that lovely precision. Sorry, 16.5. Did I say 6? Sorry, 16.5. But I just literally think one of those surrounding a gemstone would look absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's something that I would say, ideal for chainmail, but for me, it goes across the mediums. As a wire worker, I'd be buying those. I think if you worked with resin, imagine if you had a resin pendant, you could layer a couple of those into it in the design. Even if you just did beading. Yeah. and you just wanted that layered look like that. I mean, how cool does that look?
It looks lovely, doesn't it? Just literally restranded like so. Love it. Silver plated, and it's textured as well, so that's why it's got that lovely glistening sheen rather than a very high polish. It's more of a glisten.
Like almost like a diamond kind of cut.
Yeah,
just the light at the
absolutely.
angles,
You've got that texture across the surface of each of those, each of these lovely jump rings. Yeah, incorporating, just using them as connectors as well. Great for connectors.
It'd be good if you had like a chunky gemstone and you wanted to just use it balances out the size of the gemstone as well.
I'd agree. Totally be using these and incorporating these into many different designs, I suppose. 50 in a pack, so you can see you're getting lots and lots and lots of them. And at your introductory deal of £7.95. Again, just one on a bias. Maybe you have a double strand of pearls and then you're going into a chain at the back, so just one of them either side on the bias. Absolutely beautiful. One as a bail maybe for a piece of jewellery, as a pair of earrings. I mean, these are so much like a classic hoop, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. I would have that in between. I'd pop a gemstone hanging from it and then have the finding, so it's actually like a massive jump ring.
Like a little a bird in a hoop. Bird in a hoop.
Yeah, but I would actually have the gemstone hanging from the bottom of it.
Oh, would you? You'd suspend it from here?
Yeah, and then I'd have the earring hook from there, so I would actually have that as a focal.
Either or, it's all going to look wonderful.
Yeah.
We only had a limited quantity though, 48, 47. You can see the quantity is flying. Suffolk, Mary Jane, Zara, Ivy, Susan, Linda, hello to you. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy as well. Just mixing these, don't you think mixing these with different types of silver colour or gold or rose gold, so you've not only got maybe the three tone or the duo tone of your precious metals, but imagine then actually mixing the textures too. It's going to look amazing, isn't it?
Mixed metal look. And also another really good thing for those is if you do cabochons and netting. So you know that, I know go back to the Wall of Fame, but that one where we just netted an amethyst.
Yeah.
What you can do is rather than making a back, if you've got a stone that fits on that, you've got a ready-made back and you can net directly to it.
Yeah, I love that idea. But also, look, I was just...
Yeah, a little midi ring.
Little stacker ring or midi rings or something like that, because they are essentially adjustable, aren't they? Because you've got that saw cut there, so you can easily open it out or make it that little bit big. I like it as a pinky ring. I'd certainly pay £7.95 for a pinky ring like so. Well done, but do check out as soon as you can. Absolutely beautiful. It is time. I've been talking about it since 8 o'clock this morning. 8 o'clock. And I don't think Jewellery Maker gives enough, or rather, our buying team get enough praise for the carvings of gemstones that they managed to acquire, because this is an art form, and you're basically thinking about, not only are we tracking down the rarity of the gemstone, we are tracking down artists, because very few people on this entire planet have the ability to create out of Mother Nature's incredible treasures exquisite works of art. It's coming your way. For the first time that I've ever seen this gemstone carved, it is Howlite, and it's up next. Howlite is often likened to some beautiful, beautiful marble. And again, marble is very, very expensive, hence why it tends to be in the big sort of stately homes, and maybe just a plinth surrounding a fire or something like that. It's that lovely crisp colour, that white colour rather, with webbing or sort of veining through the centre of the actual stone itself. But Howlite is considerably rarer, and has got an ability to absorb lots of lovely colours. It's often used as a replica, if you like, to other gemstones, because gemstones which have got that webbing aspire to look like this and vice versa. So it's often used as a replica. But in my personal opinion, when Howlite is left in its natural form, when it has got this beautiful bleach white colour, that's when it's at its most beautiful. Add to that then the carving, the sculpting, because it is basically sculpting. If you can imagine, each of these gemstones would have been unearthed in a rough organic shape, and then the artist, I'm going to say artist because in my eyes they are artists, have taken that rough organic gemstone and influenced it with beautiful angles and shapes. Every single one of these are hand carved, every single one. What you'll notice as well, just for the practicality, yes, they are center drilled, so these are restranded, so you can restrand them like so, but they also have got like a bezel on the exterior. So if you've just got those wonderful connectors or jump rings that I've just brought you, imagine one of them run round the centre of it. It looks so amazing, and then of course incorporated into your design as you see fit. So every single one hand carved. There's the practicality. You've got the drill hole, you've got the sort of gully, I suppose, around the circumference of the gemstone, and then each individual gem has been carved not once but twice on both sides of the Howlite gemstone with angles, etchings, which create that lovely rose-like cluster. That's no easy trait. All different gemstones have got different hardnesses on the Mohs scale, all different gemstones have got different refractive indexes, etc., etc. All that needs to be considered, but ultimately, not only do you need to be knowledgeable about your gemstone, you need to be an absolute artist to know where to stop and where to start, shall we say. Too much can distort the gemstone or even shatter the gemstone, heaven forbid. Too little, you might not be able to decipher that they are those lovely floral buds, I suppose. Now with the carving, you can make the most of those etchings. There's nothing stopping you, if you like, using some kind of wire to follow it round if you wanted to. Nothing stopping you using some kind of dye maybe in the center of the gemstone, but in my opinion, leave them as they are. They don't need anything else. Just one of these on a pair of drop earrings, so beautiful. You can use them on bridal pieces, because it's not very often you see natural white gemstones. Pearls,
no, I mean,
that's about it, really.
Can you imagine the talk necklace that we did in the second kit? So rather than making your flowers, you've could actually just stitch them on and actually have them, and then maybe you can spread that out a little bit and have it sort of coming out.
Amazing. You
know, and use sort of, I don't know, little gemstones in between.
Alongside the pearls as well would look stunning. Yeah. Because there are so few white gemstones out there, maybe coral is another example, but natural white gemstones, even fewer and more seldom. Now you've got 290 carats here, and I will count them for you just because they can be easily solitaires. I'll just lay this across the velvet pad for a second, because I do look at these and think about works of art. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24 individual solitaires. And again, if I just pop one of these maybe across the back of my hand, you can see how perfectly it would work in a wire wrapped ring. How perfectly they'd work, and obviously just the one. I'm just giving it a sort of an idea of how easy it would be to create a wire wrap ring out of these. Great for beginners.
So easy. And again, because you've got that drill hole, but you can use that groove decoratively, so you could select your sort of shape of your pendant or your ring. You can wrap around that groove and it will make it look like that wire is the thing that's holding it in its whatever piece you've chosen to put it in, but actually you're using a drill hole and it's just decorative.
I'm just holding this up to the ear as well, so you can see, look how lovely they are in the ear, or even just suspended. They look amazing, don't they? You could do cufflinks for gents as well. Wine glass charms. Normal charms would be amazing. Wish bracelets. Buttons. Oh, that's a nice idea. Can you imagine taking what would be? Because I know at the moment there's certain shops, I always call one Primani. Yeah, we know that one. Yeah, you can go in there. There's nothing wrong with the fabric. Nothing wrong with it at all. But I do sometimes think, let's it down on the buttons. So, if I was a seamstress, if I was any good at that kind of thing, which I have my moments where I will, imagine taking just a simple blouse from such shops, which can be very inexpensive, and then zhuzhing it up somewhat with genuine gemstone buttons. A lot of people checking out at that price point, already happy. I'm not surprised. We're not even stopping there. It is a showstopper. I've been talking about it throughout the course of the entire morning stroke afternoon since 8 o'clock this morning. You've got, what, 20 plus individual solitaires. That's 20 plus rings, which I certainly would hope that you would sell at a considerable profit. I mean, Laura, how long would it take if you had sort of one of our Louise Jacobson DVDs where she does something quite similar with just a simple wire wrap ring? How long would that take? Minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. What would you sell it for?
A minimum of about £6-7.
£6-7
as a base, and that would be me drawing people.
Yeah,
to my store sort of thing.
Absolutely. Talk about you know, relatively zero time invested and huge financial gain. If you're thinking about starting a business venture, Helen in Cheshire, those are so pretty and remind me of a Charles Rennie Mackintosh rose design. Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, I totally agree with you. It just takes me back to a few weeks ago when I was in Rome. It takes me back to the Trevi Fountain, and I can remember saying, I can't remember, it was on my Facebook page, but I said to somebody, it glowed. It literally had it almost, the sunlight was amazing. And if you've ever been to the Trevi Fountain, it's surrounded by pools of people. But it was like it had a beam of sunlight right on the Trevi Fountain. And the marble, I'm guessing it was marble, literally glowed. So that's what this reminds me of. It's so beautifully reflective and lustrous.
Can I also say though, I do happen to know that cut is we've had it in Sodalite and Lapis and Jasper. I know this because I own every single strand of those.
Yes.
I also want, first thing I said to you this morning was I need those.
Yes.
I'm addicted to that particular strand. I love it.
Well, Colin, our managing director, it's one of his favoured ones.
Absolutely love it.
He was talking to me about the Jasper one and made it a big star buy. Mary and Ken, I love these carved flowers.
Yeah, they do.
But these look the best.
They do, I agree.
I think so as well, because of the white colour.
I think you see the detail. You can really see that detail. But the reason I brought the others up was because if you do own the other strands or one of them, you can team it because it's white. It's going to go with all the other gemstones, so it's not going to matter.
I love the fact that you can take this to really girly, use some pink wire with it. You can sort of masculine it up somewhat if you want to do some black wire or something like that. In fact, I've got black wire coming up next. Or just simply do something that was so basic, just restrand it onto some monofilament. So easy, and so beautiful, but hand-carved gemstones. I totally agree with you. I think these are the nicest just because they've got that lovely white colour, and I think Howlite currently, it's affordable. We can bring you this gemstone affordably, but that's not to say that it's always going to be affordable. No. You know, there are many gemstones which have kind of, dramatically escalated in price tag. Well done, stay where you are. I did mention the black wire. Wait. This is not just any black wire, this is the 2mm gauge. Is this aluminium too? Which means, why is that a good thing? Soft, malleable, very lightweight. So if you had a 2mm spool of wire, I'd probably struggle to pick this up if it was copper. Aluminium it's not, you can wear it in earrings, etc. It's not so heavy that it's going to be uncomfortable to wear. First time I've actually seen it in the 2mm and in black. Love it. So there are less than 50 of these available. It's that definite midnight black. Again, create big statement pieces of jewellery. Always very, very popular, our aluminium wire. Great for beginners because of its malleability.
Yeah, it's good for anybody who has dexterity issues as well because you can handle it so easily.
What would you do with a 2mm wire? What's your preference then, Laura?
For me, I love the fact that you can create a statement, substantial look, but it's still very lightweight. So you could wrap a cabochon in them. And it's going to look really chunky and substantial, but it's going to weigh next to nothing. You can plait it, you can make shapes with it, you do anything with it that you want. You can hammer it. Just do tons.
Absolutely. The reason why I was literally bending that then is so you can just see how easy it is to use. Yeah, it does have an aluminium core. So if you think it is aluminium, so as we know and imagine aluminium to look like, and then it has got the black colour across coating across the exterior. So there you are. You can actually see the aluminium in the centre. But yeah, really, really, really malleable. Only less than 50 rather of these available. completely separate law. RD, I don't get it, because this is 2mm wire. You've got 50 metres of it, and yet it's under a tenner. Laura, question for you. Can I just ask if the aluminium wire keeps a shape well, as it's so soft?
Okay, so
keeps its shape.
It does. It can be misshapen easier than obviously another 2mm wire would be. Hammering it lightly will help that. But what I would tend to say is I wouldn't use it on its own. So I wouldn't just have a strand of the 2mm as a cord. I would maybe plait together 3 of them like we did in the second demonstration. Just plait 3 of them together, and just to give that little bit, and create a torque with a bit of texture, and then it will maintain its shape.
On the back of that question, can you whack it with your wire whacker?
You certainly can whack it.
So if you wire whack it, then it's going to create that, it's going to harden it.
Yeah, I mean, it will harden it. It will, even if you hammer it, it will harden. But obviously, bear in mind the fact that it is aluminium.
It is coated, yeah.
But also, you know the little jump rings that you had, the silver ones?
Yeah.
I've made thumb and finger rings with the aluminium wire, and I've hammered it flat and then twisted it. Yeah. To get that twisted look, and then formed it into a ring, and then it is absolutely solid.
There we go. So yeah, absolutely, you can easily create that rigidity with your aluminium wire. 50% of the stock is gone. Well done to those of you that have already said yes please, I'll check out. Good luck to those that have it in their baskets. Incredible. I've not seen that before. Not seen the 2mm black wire. Love it, love it, love it. Moving on to, ooh, this is coming up in 5 minutes' time. Here's a little known fact. Out of the 10 most expensive items of jewellery ever sold, 5 of those 10 were jadeite. The 10 most expensive items of jewellery of any gemstone, 5 were jadeite. This is your star buy, which is coming up in a few minutes' time. What you want is that apple green. Don't worry everybody, we've not gone anywhere. Sorry, we just had a little technical issue with with our microphone. So that's why I kind of did me trying to hand signal that everything's okay. Anyway, we've decided to go straight into this gorgeous star buy. And Laura, what did I just say? Can you, oh, clearly she wrote it. Clearly.
I did remember, but I've gotten distracted since then.
That's right, fair enough. I was just saying these are awesome.
Yeah, oh, I know that.
These are really, really awesome. Now, when it comes to your jadeite, again, it's a gemstone, which please make sure you buy from a reputable location, because there are many imposters out there. There's lots of gemstones which are sold with replicas in the market, so make sure you buy from a reputable location. We laboratory test all of our gems, and we, as you know, you can download certificates of authenticity, so we are absolutely adamant with the quality of our gorgeous gemstones. But jadeite comes in multiple colours. Firstly, it's not just in your green, you can actually get it in lots of different colours, saturations, but the most valuable, the most desired is an apple green. The more like apple green that gemstone is, the more valuable it is. It's often an opaque gemstone. You can get it with sort of a semi-transparency, semi-translucency, which is absolutely beautiful. But this is, to me, everything that jadeite, I imagine it to be. My mum, bless her, she travels, and particularly going back a few years ago, she used to travel greatly and used to go off on these wonderful adventures on her own, and she went to China on her own and walked the Great Wall of China, etc. And I can remember her coming back, and she'd bought this little carving of jadeite, and I could tell you where it is right now, and it's carved beautifully. And I truly think the quality of the colour and everything like that, you know, she needs to get that revalued. Funny enough, well, not funny enough actually, one of my dogs, the lovely Leonard, bless his little cottons, actually knocked it off the windowsill, but I was informed that that doesn't devalue the carving itself, it's the quality of the gemstone. It is without doubt one of the most expensive. It's not unusual to see jadeite sold at millions of pounds. Millions of pounds. I am desperate to get hold of this, and all I would do is attach an 18 karat gold clasp to it, which you can buy on many auction sites, restrand it, probably knot it so then the jade goes that little bit further, and have it revalued. That's the first thing that I would do. Maggie, I have just received a strand of your jadeite, and it is beautiful. Don't miss out. Thank you so much, Maggie. I mean, is it that gorgeous apple green? That's what we want. That's what is the most valuable and the most sought after. We travel regularly, to locations, which means that we can get hold of really high-end gemstones. I'm astounded that we're able to do it and negotiate it at prices like this, because this is natural, it's not dyed in any way, shape or form. I would suggest downloading your certificate of authenticity just for your own records and keepsake purposes, just because, you know, that's if you were to go and buy a GIA diamond, for example, you'd want the certificate of authenticity, you'd want the grading to go alongside it, you'd want to know all of that. If you were to invest in a big Burmese ruby or a Colombian emerald or a one-of-a-kind piece of jewellery, you'd want to have the certificate to go alongside that, wouldn't you? Just because of the quality that the gemstone absolutely commands. You know, I've had the privilege of launching of actually bringing jadeite in individual collections with other retailers, and they've always sold out. They have always sold out, but rarely are they of such sizes like this. 10mm plain rounds and 310 carats of natural, genuine jadeite. One of the most valuable and expensive gemstones on the entire planet. $69.95 only. Please get this valued. Please do your research. This is all we have in terms of quantity. It's been on your screens once previously, and I highly doubt it's going to be available come the end of this auction even. Hazel, West Yorkshire, Eileen, Angus, Eileen, Alison, Jane, you've got yours in Angus. Maggie, well done. You've just got this as well, adding to your jadeite collection. I don't blame you, my darling. Stop permitting, I'm getting involved as well, because this to me is a no-brainer. This is, again, I can't say that I would, I'm not allowed to, but you know when you're kind of like biting down, or gosh, don't say it, Al, don't say it. But this to me is one of those opportunities that there are times in our lives when, this is how my mind works, I can't afford to miss out on this. I can't afford not to buy this, because I don't know for certain if I'm going to be able to buy the quality that's on your screens right now, the size that's on your screen, the consistency of colour that's on your screen. That apple green at $69.95, that's what I would expect for a lesser tone, slightly wishy-washy, maybe a little bit dirty jadeite, and certainly considerably smaller in size. 50% of the stock has gone already. Good luck to Annie, Margaret, Natasha, Violet, Buckinghamshire, another Margaret, and another Violet. Are you the same people? Let's have a little look. Margaret in Bristol, I've got Margaret in Merseyside, Violet in Manchester, and Violet in Hertfordshire. Gosh, that's ironic, isn't it? Make those checkouts as soon as you possibly can. Again, I'd keep this so simple. If you go onto auction sites, I won't say who they are, but you can buy old antique style, like I call them the pearl clasps. You can actually buy them in gold relatively inexpensively. I would actually sort of purchase one of those, restrand this, and have it valued.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't Fleur wear just a simple stretchy?
Yeah.
And she wears it all the time.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning and classically recognisable, I think, in the colour.
Straight away. Straight away. I've got to move on because I've still got things to bring you and time is a ticking. Moving on to... coming up very, very, very soon. A beautiful strand of Tanzanite in its faceted ovals. Look at that colour. Coming your way. Don't go anywhere. This is coming up as a big star bite. Before that, though, oh, look at these. They're stunning. They're beautifully sizable. These kind of remind me of your sort of gypsy style jewellery. Again, great connectors. They are full 360, silver plated, copper twisted wire jump rings. Love it. I mean, again, you can do that so much with these, can't you? Incorporate them into your polymer, into your resin.
Yeah, I love them. I absolutely. I think I own them, and I think I've got one size down actually. I think they're beautiful. The ones I've got, I think slightly smaller, are earrings with a gemstone inside them. But then that would enable me to make a really cool pendant and suspend some detail inside that as well. Yeah,
I totally agree. Dion saying well done to you, Maggie, as well. Yeah, why not add into the J collection if you can? Why not? Do you know what this reminds me of straight away? You know the little charms that we've had recently. For those of you that well, it's sold out definitely. There was a little charm like this, and there was a little bird which was sat in kind of like a circle. So maybe you could replicate that little bird design in the centre. Yeah. They're amazing, aren't they? 42 only. Quantity's already flying, and you are getting 10 of them in total. $4.95. $4.95 only. Use them as connectors. Individual earrings. There's nothing stopping you cutting these.
Definitely not.
Bezels.
Yeah, but if you made it as earrings, all you need to do is put an earring finder directly onto it. So you wouldn't need to do that.
Don't even need to cut them, do you? That's it. They can be your classic hoops. You'd certainly pay more than £4.95 for a pair of hoop earrings like this in the shops. Elizabeth, hello to you in Cleveland. Hello to you, Violet. Hello to you, Mary in Aberdeenshire. Lee in Cardiff. Margaret, Daniela. I can't physically keep up with all the names. It's so busy today. Loads of you are getting involved. Again, brooches. These would be lovely as brooches too.
Yeah, really cool. You could hang some charms, couldn't you, from it? But if you did get the other jump rings, they were open.
Yes.
So you could make a complete piece out of those and the other ones in a really textural piece, couldn't you?
Yeah, link them together like so, couldn't you? Down to the last 24. Well done. We've got Deb, hello to you. I've used these before for a Tree of Life frame.
Wow, that's a good idea.
Great idea.
Really great idea.
Because they're that perfect pendant size, aren't they? What a great idea.
And also they're solid and sturdy.
Yeah, so you can really anchor onto them, can't you?
Yeah, brilliant idea.
Great idea, Deb. Great idea. Okay, moving on to beautiful chain. There are only 17 of these available. Wow. Again, is this new? It's your heart link chain, more to the point. I'll take some off the hands, off the reel, so you can actually see it across the back of my hand. It's your half. Not half, what am I talking about? It's your reel of heart chain in your purple brass. So elegant, just a simple ankle bracelet made out of this. Amazing. Simply stunning, wouldn't it? and you have got 10 meters, so it's going to keep you in your chains, your anklets, your bracelets for a very, very, very long time. And again, incorporating the colours with that kit, this second designer inspiration, Laura, would be amazing.
It'd be perfect, because instead of having the wire torque, you could still create the frame part and then connect it with a couple of layers of the chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like an inch on a pair of earrings, $11.95 down to the final 17 though. So first come, first serve. Lynn's there, Natasha's there straight away. I just think you could take a couple of these, literally a centimetre, and create sort of a waterfall-like design, I suppose.
I love that. I think charms you could add from it, like you say. You could mix it. So the thing is, when you see it in a block like that, you just see, well, it's purple.
Yeah.
But if you added that with some silver,
yeah, absolutely,
and you get a really lovely. And if you've got the pink, because I know we do it in the pink, can you imagine how beautiful that would look in different layers?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, using it to enhance or encourage the colour of gemstones, or encourage the secondary hues of gemstones. Again, grab it whilst you can. I have got one of our beautiful tools. Now we actually outsource this from Bead. It is, again, a professional tool, and I will lean on Laura's knowledge, because I haven't seen this one before. Hey, this is funky. What does it do? Let me see. It's a box joint plier.
Okay, I've seen it once before. It kind of just creates like a V shape in your wire. So I guess if you think of box, you think of the angles. So if you wanted to create something, so you do a heart, and you do, to get that point at the bottom of the heart. Yeah. You use those pliers, it would give you a nice sharp bend in the wire.
I'm going to open it up for you,
right,
so you can see.
Do you want a bit of wire so you can have a go? Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Oh, do you want to demo it?
I don't mind. You can have a go. You look like you're happy to see the pliers.
No. Yeah, but you can do it, because you're the wire worker.
Yeah,
so.
Do you want me to come to you?
Come over here, my lovely. If you can squeeze in with myself. Right. Taking up so much space. So, let's move that out of the way.
There we go. So, because of the shape, I mean, you can see the shape there, can't you, directly what the shape's like. And that's just going to mirror it in the wire. So, take the wire, turn these around, place the wire in, just remove. So, it creates that shape. So, if you wanted to...
Oh, so you literally can make perfect squares and...
Yeah. Squares, triangles, there you go, look.
It bends it at the precise angle then?
Yeah, if you obviously, I didn't measure that, but look at that, nice, and it's consistent, and the wire's being very minimally sort of handled, so it's very, you know, it's very... You can make perfect stars and things like that, couldn't you? Yeah, stars, anything shaped, like I said, like, I mean, that's just a bit of a mashup, but there you go.
Wow, thank you so much. Never seen this tool before. Again, from Beadsmith, it is spring-loaded. So yeah, if you measured the actual sides, then you can make the perfect square, you can make the perfect asterism star, whichever it might be, or you can just use it as a free form, I suppose. So from Beadsmith, $9.95 only for this wonderful tool. And it is a professional bit of kit. European quality, comfort grip, and extra fine tips as well. So really creates that wonderful precision. Is it the first time that this has been on air? I've not seen it. No, I've not seen it before. Certainly my first introduction to it. Have you managed to get yours yet?
No, I don't think I've seen them once, but I've been on air when I saw them.
There we go. Well, that's because, you know, why work, Laura?
There are always pros and cons to being here.
They're obviously going to feature. Lots of you checking out Karen, hello to you, Kathleen, Carol, Angela, Margaret, Susan, Gloucestershire, Catherine, Denise, and Jacqueline and Natasha. Well done. Again, we've got so much more to bring you, but you can see the quantity of these is plummeting very, very quickly. It's time for my final star buy to bring you of the day. Really delighted. I gave you a sneaky peek earlier on the back of that wonderful Tanzanite strand. We're about to bring you another, what I think will be a sellout as well. It's up after this. So, we were talking earlier on the back of that wonderful brand new strand. I've got another one here for you to get hold of, because the two go hand in hand, part and parcel. it is a gemstone, which Tanzanite is what we call orthorhombic. Its crystal structure forms in quite elongated prisms. There are 7 different crystal structures, and I won't get into that because it's a whole, it is a science, quite literally. But orthorhombic crystals, so similar to Zarite, for example, which is a colour change gemstone, are often very visual in the fact that they have secondary tones, they have pleochroism, colour change abilities, as I said, as a shining example. But they really favour to be faceted and elongated sort of designs. So, for example, a longer C axis. So just imagine ABC, one of them, the C axis wants to be the longer length. The reason for that is because with that triachroism, with that crystal structure, it encourages the triachroism colours to come forward. So if you really adore your pinks and your violets in Tanzanite, then go for a pear cut or an oval cut or maybe even a trilliant cut, because that's only going to be encouraged with that longer axis. It also has an ability to often darken the gemstone, again because it has got depths, so the colour is going to be almost pooled, I guess, in certain locations within the gemstone. So look how you have got almost, well, I can't say the grading system, but lean on your own knowledge, jewellery makers. Those of you that have been buying for us for any length of time will already be looking at this thinking, well, to me that's grade. Whatever you think it might be, get it home, do your research on this. $24.95, $23, $22, already amazing. $21.95 for those of you that are purchasing right here, right now. Dial as soon as you possibly can. Wanted to bring this to you because I think on the back of what that rondelle strand, which I believe actually sold out, to be able to get both with both of these cuts, which work beautifully, a rondelle alongside a pear cut, just works incredibly, doesn't it? But look at that depth of colour. I'm just drawn to this one here. Look at that intensity of blue. Look at that intensity of blue. And again down here, in fact, across the entirety of the strand, you know, non-graded Tanzanite is pale, it's insipid, it's wishy-washy. I often refer to it as Tanza white. You know, I'm not talking about Tanzanite here which lacks that vanadium content. I'm talking about Tanzanite which is really intense and obviously slow with its distinctive colour and tone. Yulia, Deborah, well done. Cardiff, you've got yours. Cambridgeshire, Fiona, Eileen, Keith, well done to you. Rosalind in Devon, you're very, very close. Lots of telephone bidders still in the process of speaking to our contact centre, so you're very close to owning this beautiful strand. Again, if you just take one of those exquisite pear cuts, which is only favouring and encouraging all of this gemstone's wonderful beauty, maximising the triachroism, maximising on the depth of colour, just take one of those and suspend it on a décolletage piece. It would just be just incredible. Deborah in Essex, I thought I was all blued out. I was wrong. Got 'em. Pearls, blue lace agate and Tanzanite bracelet. Yum. Oh gosh, that sounds absolutely incredible, doesn't it?
Sounds beautiful.
So beautiful. But yet you don't have to invest all of those gemstones, like Deborah's talking about a very elaborate high-end piece here, but you could take one of these I'm going to say it again, your precious metals, and surely it would be retailed at what, 30, 40, 50 pounds? Yeah. Just one.
Just one. And like you say, a pair of earrings, a tiny little bit of sterling silver wire, or a featherlight head pin on a sterling finding. You've got your money back, haven't you? More than.
Yeah, absolutely.
For about 30, 40 pounds just for that. And that would be the smaller ones.
Yeah, you've recuperated your cost within what? A matter of moments, and I'm sure Tanzanite being one of the world's most desired gemstones, it's going to sell out pretty much straight away. Well done. Now I've got time, just while our graphics gather their thoughts, I've got 1 minute to bring you literally one more. I can squeeze in one more opportunity. It's your Baltic Amber. Love these. Own this myself. All I've done is simply threaded it onto a sterling silver necklace. I also wear it on a bracelet. It is your lemon amber. Amber does come in different colours, as you can see. Not just the cognac, the black and the green, you also get these lovely lemon tones. It's a really big gemstone. Not measured on carat weights, it's all about the millimetres, with solid sterling silver in the centre. $17.95. $17.95. I've got chance for one more. Stay with you on those phone lines. On those phone lines, it's your antique bronze jump rings. I love the fact that Dion's pushing me to the limits right now. Sell, sell, sell. Bring more, more, more. We want more findings, Elle. We want more gemstones. One price straight down, $5.95 for your antique copper, open jump rings, 6x1 millimeters, and we are getting 250 in a pack. Yes, they are open cut as well, so precision cut. So perfect for all of you chain mailers out there. $5.95 only. Well done to each and every single one of you. Can I just say, Laura, thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's been great fun.
As always, my darling. When are you back?
30th.
The 30th of this month, so make sure you do stay tuned. I'll be back with you now on Saturday, so I hope you can tune in. Don't forget, we've got an Easter egg hunt coming on.
Did you know, no matter how many times you purchase with Jewellery Maker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging. Select our standard delivery for just $2.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for $4.95.
Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about Jewellery Maker. Watch one of our easy-to-follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, jewellery makers. How are you all today? It's lovely to be with you, as per usual. If you haven't met me before, my name is Rebecca Redican, and You know, I always love working with a mixture of guest designers, and today not only am I working with one of our absolutely most loved guest designers, but I'm also working with someone who's had two very different kits and has managed to give a totally different look, feel and appreciation to all of our kind of inspiration aspects of the day. So I'm really looking forward to this. The lady who's created this beautiful piece I'm donned in now and so much more is the wonderful Gemma Crow.
Hi.
Hey Gem, how are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you.
Good. What have you been up to?
Making lots of kits,
Yeah.
getting ready for Easter,
What are you doing for Easter?
egg hunts and all fun things like that.
Fab.
And it's my sister's birthday tomorrow, so there's lots of prep for that too.
Are you
busy.
having a party?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah, a girly night.
A girly night. What does that entail?
Shopping.
Yeah.
Well, so it's a girly afternoon. Shopping, nails, hair, makeup.
Oh, I love that.
Getting dressed up and going out on the town.
That sounds brilliant. I'll lock up your sons, ladies and gentlemen. I was going to say daughters. Either or. Gem, you've had amazing fun with these kits, haven't you?
I have.
So different.
I have, yeah. I mean, pearls. I haven't had pearls in a long time, and I haven't had this many ever.
No.
So yeah, this was fantastic, this kit, and then a complete contrast with the other kit. So it's really lovely.
Again, you're dealing with organics essentially in both kits,
Yes.
aren't you?
Yeah.
Is that something you tend to like to work with?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I love the next kit is wood, and I love wood, and it's nice because I'm working with cords and wood, which is something I don't usually do. So it's really nice to have that chance to have a go at some new techniques and put things together differently.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've had a great time with these kits.
I'm glad you've had a lot of fun. I'm just kind of looking across at some of the treats I've got for you today, and I've got a deal of the day, which is a very special opal. Where do we get most of our opals from? We get a lot from Australia, around about sort of 80% of the market coming from Australia. We get a lot of it from Mexico as well, don't we? This actually is Peruvian opal, something we do not get to own that often at all here at Jewellery Maker, but we have got the opportunity to do so today. Coming straight from the Andes to you, genuine Peruvian opal I've got there, and you have the chance to own it today. I've got loads of other goodies coming out for you. I've got a challenge strand for Gem as well, which is actually over the moon to own, brand spanking new. Take a little look at this. It's so unusual, so unique, and really beautiful. I was going to say pretty and beautiful in the same word then. It came out like brutiful. Yes, please, Brother Pete, I would love a brew-tiful. That would be brutiful. See what I did there, Pete? See what I did? He's walking away in disgust. I've got this gorgeous strand coming up around just after 2-ish, and that's going to be the challenge for Gemma Crow. Now, we've got loads of goodies, and the kit, this first kit that we've got, comes in 2 parts, and you can probably see it at the corner of your screen there. Pearls, pearls, pearls is all I'm saying. There is so much in here that you're going to love, adore and have missed. So that's coming up for you. I'm going to dive into it as soon as I can, but first off, let's do a quick couple of deals, shall we, just before we get ready for it. I'm going to start off with a corker of a strand. If you love learning about gemstones and you love the 4 C's, 6 C's, depending on which one you look at, you're going to adore this strand, because I tell you what, the colour is there, absolutely. The cut is most certainly there as well. Decent carat weight on this too for the gemstone that it is, and also that clarity. It's absolutely captivating, isn't it? Don't you think? I've got for you here a stunner of a strand of beryl, and you can see the graduation of colour. I've kind of pulled this back on itself so you can see the graduation starts at both ends. You've got those gorgeous heliodor tones at the end that kind of revolve into these very, very gentle, almost Colombian emerald colour. You've then got a beautiful morganite, and then it goes into your aquamarine tones at the end. This is a really seriously kind of exquisite strand to be able to have that amount of colour on it in particular. Gem, what do you think of this strand, please?
It's just absolutely beautiful. It's so subtle, isn't it? The colours are so subtle and pretty, like sherbet. You know, it's really, really beautiful.
Yeah. I just think it's stunning, and I just need to let you know, I'm in my last chance saloon now with the people that have just checked out. Totally and absolutely natural, real deal beryl. Your price point today, ladies and gents. Well, I did not see that come in. I thought high-end strand. I've got all 4 of the C's here, the 4 C's of quality, the 4 C's that we look for. I've got the cut, definitely, beautiful, very delicate fasting. You can see that's why it gives you so much of that shine and sheen. I've got the clarity in there too, which is really bright and powerful, giving you that intense brilliance. You've got the colour. You can definitely see the aspects of each colour, can't you? They don't just kind of fade into each other. They're a definite bold colour in there. And also, you've got the carat weight, 17 carats worth you've got in here. At £9.95, that is something very special indeed, isn't it? It truly, truly is. Get your hands on them whilst you have the opportunity to do so, because a very special strand there indeed. Hello everyone, how are we all doing today? Loads of you treating yourselves to these. We have got some real deals for you today. Thrifty Thursday deals today I've got for you. Don't forget, don't forget, you can't forget something if I've not told you. Don't forget that I didn't tell you about this. This clasp. Accidental extra P there. Clasp. Oh, very magnetic indeed. Magnetic clasp, 925 sterling silver. You have got here, and you've got, if you look, the lobster claw clasp at the top there also, with the extender chain. We've described this as a clasp. I'd describe it as 2, wouldn't you? You either use the magnetic clasp or you use a lobster claw clasp. So you're going to get, I would say, 2 clasps and an extender for the price of just 1. That's coming up for you near the top of the hour, oh my gosh, I've got to show you this as well. So exciting. Russian chrome dioxide. Rare, rare, rare. Gemma Crow's looking now at my... whatever this is. Yes. At this. What is this? My array of strands. My gemstone podium. But you can't see any, can you?
No. Oh, you've hidden it.
No, I haven't. Oh, you've spotted it. It's because it's not a strand of Russian chrome dioxide. It's a cabochon. Oh! It's gone. We're very durable. How exciting is that?
That is really exciting. I need that.
Yeah, this is up your street massively. Yeah. Really, really stunning. I can't wait to bring you that. Okay, everybody, £9.95, last 5 or 6 of those. Final one before the kit. Bringing to you double trouble shaded blue agate. Oh, and it's a really nice shaded agate. It's not a inky, oily kind of colour. It's sky blue. Double trouble means I'm bringing 2 strands to you. Those are beautiful.
Oh, they are pretty.
They're really nice, aren't they? What do you like about these, Gem?
They just are like holiday, aren't they? They're simple. You could easily wear those just on the beach or on the way in the airport. You can imagine getting really ready for your holiday in those.
You can, can't you?
Yeah.
Just, you know, popping on the sarong.
Yeah.
And just a nice gemstone strand.
Yeah, or the caftan.
Or a caftan. Is that the one that goes over the arms?
Yeah, it covers everything.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh, get me a caftan. And this double trouble collection. Your price point today on both of these. £5.95. Bear in mind, lowest price we're allowed to is £6.95 per strand, meaning that these, you would think if they were £6.95 individually, it'd be approximately £14-15, wouldn't they? But today, £5.95, bringing it to you at one price point for 2 strands. They're 7mm, so a size we don't get to see that often, and the facet work on them is just exceptional. How Serenity is this? Do you know what I mean? That Serenity colour from the Pantone. It's really beautiful, isn't it? I think they're so eye-catching, and they'd go great with your first kit, wouldn't they?
They would look lovely alongside. Oh. Nice thing as well, you could graduate the colours in those. So you could, you know, start with your really dark colours and fade out. They look lovely.
Definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that we have got Gemma Crow with us all the way up until 5 o'clock. If you've got any questions for us, just text us in 60777. So it takes us to a JM studio. Gem's a really good teacher. She'll answer any of your questions, such as, Gemma.
Yes.
If you had a superhero power for 6 hours, I don't know why I have to be that specific, what would it be and why?
Only 6 hours.
Only 6 hours, so make it a goodie.
Oh, I'd have to fly.
Just for 6 hours? Where would you fly to?
As far as I could fly, and obviously calculating the return journey.
Right.
Because I don't want to be stopping flying at 6 hours if I'm, I don't know, over the Indian Ocean or something.
That sounds like very, very mathematical for me. I thought, you know, something fun and cool. I would have to calculate the exact distance.
Well, you know, I thought, see, it would be invisibility, but when you told me 6 hours, well, I'd appear and I wouldn't be where I should be.
So why? Where would you go if you were
If I was
invisible?
invisible, I could go anywhere in the world, couldn't I? I could go on any aeroplane or boat.
Why are you not allowed on certain boats?
I just can't afford to. Give me a month. I'd be invisible.
You'd
6
be
hours,
invisible.
fly.
All right. You can ask Gemma any questions like that, or jewellery related if you'd like to.
Yeah,
Last chance on these ones, £5.95. Lots of you coming in for that. Brother Pete, what a treat. Thanks for the brew. Okay, I have got 2 parts to this kit. I'm going to be bringing you the first part of this kit now, and I've got to say, wow to this. Now this is going to be extremely popular. People are going to love and adore this. There's 2 main elements to this. There's the organics and then there's findings. The findings we have got in here are the most popular. The fact of the matter is that when we do our findings packs, we never used to have these as an addition until quite recently. And that's because so many of you messaged in, so many of you emailed, text, wanting these to be in the findings pack. In the findings pack, we tend to give you between 10 and 20. In here, you've got way more featherweight head pins. Now these are something that people absolutely love and adore, mainly because they're going to go through all of those high-end gemstones and organics. Whether you've got strands of gemstones that are perhaps from our Gems of Distinction collection, and because of the value of them, we keep the drill hole in these quite small, and because we keep that small drill hole, sometimes you can find it hard to use your general head pins, which tend to be around 0.6, to go through them. With these though, we've got the extra fine detail. You can see how fine that wire is, meaning it has no trouble going through the vast majority of your high-end organics and also of your genuine gemstones. You're getting 100 of these, and if I show you as well, they're 50mm, so really good length on those, which means you can easily do a couple of double wrap loops on there if you wanted to, or make a really long drop from the likes of earrings. And a lot of our guest designers actually can just use them as wire, and we'll be able to get 2, maybe even 3 for smaller gemstone and kind of rosary links out of just one piece. So very popular indeed. Need to remind you as well with these that it's genuine silver that we've got over the top of that copper, so a real beautiful high shine luxury look, and with 100 of them, a lot to play with, it's safe to say. So all of those coming up with the kit as well, and also these little stunners. Gemma Crow, I feel like we haven't seen a great amount of pearls for a long time. How did you feel when you opened this and saw them all?
I couldn't believe how many there were, you know, and it's so nice just to have, what's really lovely is to have one variety of organic then, or gemstone.
Yeah.
Because you can keep everything, your colours are all done for you, so now it's about shape and putting it together, and it's a really nice way to work. And I think especially if you're new, it's not overcomplicated, yet the results can be really vastly different each time. So it's really nice to have and that variety of size and shape. Oh, they're just gorgeous anyway, aren't they?
They are wonderful.
Yeah.
Pearls, of course, something that have been worn throughout history, realistically. These are real deal pearls, every single one of them. There's no shell pearl in here whatsoever, just to let everyone know. Genuine pearls. If you're not entirely sure what pearls are, because don't forget, we've had loads of new people come in over the last few weeks. Genuine pearl is created in a mollusk. Now, a mollusk is a shell with a hinge-like action, like this. Nom, 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 nom. Like that. But it doesn't make that noise. Anyway, what it does is, because it's cultured, that means it's looked after essentially. It's kind of brought up in an area with human intervention. So what happens is the mollusk itself will get an irritant within it. We sometimes refer to it as the nucleus, and that's placed within the mollusk. And to protect itself, because it doesn't know what it is, to protect itself, it excretes this necra, and it's this silk-like, quite fine but sticky, kind of viscous. It excretes this, and it's called necra, and it builds it up layer after layer after layer, bit by bit by bit, and that's what creates a genuine real deal pearl. Every single one of these is a genuine real deal pearl, from your really beautiful potato pearls on the end here, which you have in an 8x7. Really nice luster point to these, very, very smooth indeed on the vast majority, giving you a really good high shine look. I've also got for you super dainty. Now, these are the types of strands that we stopped doing for a very long period of time here at Jewellery Maker. Now, you might ask, why on earth did we stop doing these? Reason being, it's expensive to get your hands on a strand like this, because bear in mind, we here at Jewellery Maker don't go, we'll count out a specific amount of pearls for you. We do it on strand length, so you'll see all of these strands are the same length, which is working out, let me just triply check, because it does vary sometimes from year to year. Yeah, around 41 centimetres on each strand. So the fact of the matter is, we have to get, as you can see, so many more pearls on those very, very dainty ones. We have to therefore get loads more workmanship done upon them as well, because every single one has to be drilled. So it takes a lot more time, effort and money. And so we did stop doing them for a while. But all of you lot, again, you know, messaging us in saying how much you wanted those accent pearls back to give that little elegant gleam and glimmer of light. And that's exactly what we did for you. We've brought them back for you today. And then finally, you've got my 2 luxury sized pearls. On these strands, you're looking at around a 9x10. So lowest part of that, you're already a luxury size pearl. Luxury size pearl technically starts in the trade at a 9mm, but the price of pearls actually does go up from 8.5 mil. It goes up around about 10-15% now for every 0.5 millimetre. So starting off at a luxury size pearl already, but going up to an absolutely mammoth 12 mil in some areas on these strands. Now, when you've got luxury size pearls, obviously, as we've said, you know, this takes a lot of time, care, effort, money to create because they're so delicate. But these ones take so much longer to form within the mollusk, and they take a lot of work as well. So luxury size pearls, bearing in mind you've got that 10 to 15% price hike at every 0.5 mil. When you've got a 12 mil in here, you're looking at around about 5, 6, 7 price hikes it's had each time. So very, very luxury 2 strands here for you. It's a stunning amount of organics. To pair them with one of your favourite findings of all time in a mammoth 100-pack selection of the featherweight head pins is why this is going to be an extremely popular kit. You've also got in here 40 centimetres worth of silver coloured pearl threading material. Well, oh well. The interesting thing about this is I've not got it in front of me. Well, oh well, it is on its way over, but I actually didn't realise that we had that, because I looked at the price of this. So the estimated retail value of this is something that we get to see on screen, and it's when its prices at its original price point, the estimated retail value of that. And the estimated retail value of this collection was just shy of £55. It was £54.20. So I didn't actually realise that at that price point that the silver threading material was in there as well. So I'm absolutely blown away by the price point already that it should be. I'll show you that threading material when we find it in a moment or 7. But for now, do you fancy learning the price point with me? Ignore that price point. We're going to roll this down. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact of the matter is that I have got 100 featherweight hairpins, one of your favourites here, and I've got 4 strands of genuine pearls at £34.95. That is something extremely, extremely special indeed. That is absolutely wonderful. It really is something special. I can't get over that. What do you think of that?
Fantastic, isn't it? I'm trying to work it out per strand. It's like...
Well, I'm trying to think, with the 2, because you get 2 of the silver threading pieces, which means you've got, I'm going to count all of these as one component. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you. Oh, it gets 1 metre. 1 metre? 1 metre, yes, so 2 lots.
It's £5 a piece, isn't it?
That's... Is that about $4.99 per component?
Yeah. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
That is ridiculous. For the amount of, for those really, really gentle, delicate pearls that we've got on there, for those absolutely mammoth luxury pearls we've got there, $4.99 for all of these silver-plated headpins.
It is a fantastic price. You can't beat value of that, can you? There's no way.
That is completely astonishing. It really, really is spectacular. Now, we've got a really, really good quantity of this. If you want to put more in your baskets, do feel free to. We have not limited multi-purchases on this, so if you want to get your hands on this, you can. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may well have heard me mention at the start of the show, Thrifty Thursday. My iPads looked like they had a mind of their own then, didn't they? Gosh. I didn't know my forehead was so elastic. £29.95 we've taken this to. It is Thrifty Thursday. We are going to be throwing some kind of price point out that you won't be expecting. We've done a drop on that price point again because we have been made aware that our quantity is larger than we first perceived. We have got 126 of these in total now, which is a great quantity for us. So we have taken that price down again. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that price per component has rolled down even more. £4 something you're looking at per component. That is phenomenal. Now, lots of you are multi-purchasing. Please don't forget, for me, all those people who got it first off before that price had dropped, the likes of Glamorgan, London, Wiltshire, Lanarkshire, Nottinghamshire, Hertfordshire, Aberdeenshire, Wiltshire and Cheshire, you lot who all checked it out before that price drop, don't forget, everybody pays that same price. You all pay $29.95 just like everybody else. Gem, what do you think of that Thrifty Thursday treat?
It's very thrifty.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's very thrifty, yeah. That's just such a brilliant price. Brilliant. I mean, if you're doing a wedding, for example, that's going to be all of your pearls taken care of, isn't it? For $29.95. It's phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant.
That's just astonishing. I'll walk slowly past. Feast your eyes. I can't get over that. I really, really can't. Genuinely, at that price point, ladies and gentlemen, you're getting yourself an absolute ultimate treat because you're working out just over £4 per component, and in that, you add all of these genuine pearls. None of them are plastic, glass, shell, or anything other than genuine, real deal freshwater pearls. I have brought, it's just kind of triggered my memory, I have brought luxury size pearls of around an 11-12 mil at a higher price point than that for 1 strand.
Yeah, I've seen them at that, definitely.
And
if
you've
you're
got
going to
2
buy
luxury.
them, if you're going to buy them made up, you would be paying 3 times that.
Easily.
You know, so it's just fantastic value, and they are so lovely, and the fact that they're not perfect rounds on the larger ones actually is nice because you can see that they're organic. You can, and also the pearlescence is amplified almost because it's got more areas to bounce from,
definitely,
and more angles to sort of work its magic from. They're just gorgeous.
I
Absolutely
think they're
gorgeous.
stunning. You can tell they're real, you know they're the real deal. And I like that you've actually gone on some of them quite traditional,
Yeah.
but on others you've gone modern and quite classical at the same time, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty as well, isn't it, with pearls, is that they do cross from, you know, your most traditional designs right through to really modern, you know, modern designs, catwalk designs even. And pearls are everywhere on a catwalk at the moment.
They're mammoth, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
Really
And not
mammoth.
just pearls, pearlescence
Yeah.
in general is a really big thing. So, yeah, I wouldn't miss this one.
Oh my, Gemma Crow, we are not worthy. Becky, that really suits you. Oh, Deborah, what do you mean you think I should have this? Stop it. Just for you then. It's true though, isn't it? I mean, your creativity always just shines through. When you're given a kit like this, does your mind naturally go, I'm going to do something classical, or does your mind not limit you, really? 'Cause if I have a strand of pearls, I think pearl knotted straight away. Does your mind just...
I think
It's open.
No, when I get pearls, I always do think classic. I do think classic.
Yeah.
But then the other components then will help me sort of take that in a direction. And also, you know, we get themes now. So this one was, you know, I think
Parisian chic.
this one's Parisian chic. Yeah, so Parisian, I wanted tassely, dangly bits and, you know, drapey bits, which is great. But also the theme of the show, I think, is changing your wardrobe, isn't it?
Yes, it is,
So
yeah.
we got real contrast, and I think you and I will swap jewellery later and show how it does transform your outfit.
How you can change kind
Yeah.
of the look of your outfit just by the types of pieces that you're wearing. I think these are just phenomenal, and the keen-eyed amongst you will notice some of these connectors that we've got in here. Those are coming up for you, secondary part of this kit, very, very shortly indeed. And again, it is worth hanging around for because the price, again, is a bit of a corker. So do stay tuned for that. But I don't know about you, I fancy heading on down to Inspiration Station. First stop, Gemma Crow. What are we learning today, Jem? Apart from how to make you feel awkward on live
hard
TV.
to follow you sometimes.
Where are we starting, Jem?
We're going to start platform 1, and we're going to go for the bee carriage. So all aboard! Let's go. It's going to get really bad, isn't it?
Yeah. Awful.
Right. What we're going to do is the pendant that looks like an eye shape, and that's
lovely.
using the components that are coming up in the next part of the bundle. I think I might be
Fantastic.
blushing now.
Fantastic. Brilliant.
Right.
All
okay.
aboard.
Eyes down. Good bingo now.
Why are you going the bingo?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to stop it. I am actually blushing. Right, let's start. Okay, so we're going to make, I've got bits of components hanging off ready for the next bit of demo, so try and ignore my little pearls for the next part of the demo. So try and ignore my little pearls in here. But what I'm going to do is use these fantastic connectors that you'll get the chance to own in a minute. And these are great as little bars to hang things from. You'll see that I've used them pretty much how they're supposed to be used, or how their purpose, what their purpose is in one of the pieces. That's it, that's the one. And so fantastic for that. They take a lot of work out of your jewellery making, but also I like to try and do something a bit different with them. So I've experimented with how to put them together. And in Becky's necklace or body chain, you'll see I've put them together like this to give me that shape to help create a centerpiece for the body chain. And in this one, we're going to put them together like this to make an eye shape, which is, for me, is a great pendant shape. Either way up, to be honest, you could have used it either way up. So I wanted to join them together, and in the kit you get a threading pack, and I did stick to just using the threading pack. No, not this kit. We don't get a threading pack, do we?
No.
No, sorry. I've used a threading pack, so you can do it with bead in thread if you don't have wire, but it would be preferable to do this stage with wire. So I'm going to show you how to do it with wire, because it would be easier for me to demonstrate. So what I've got here is a length of 0.4mm wire. Now I'm using 0.4, not because it's the strongest thing to put this together with, but just because I'll be able to get this, it'll be strong enough, and I'll be able to get it through my gemstones as well, so I can fill the top and bottom section. So what I'm going to do first is thread my wire through one of these sides. Just thread it through and poke it out the bottom. Okay, and then I'm going to take the other side and I'm going to continue. I'm going to take the other side, both sides now, and thread on some gemstones to have in the middle.
Okay.
So I'm going to use the pearls that are sort of middle size. They're not the tiny ones, they're not the really big ones.
Potato ones.
The potato pearls. I'm going to thread one of those on either end, so that what they do is they just sit in the little hole in the end of the tube and help it to stay put. Okay, so I put one there and one on the other side to sit in there, and then we also got coming out these lovely sort of saucer spacer beads, and they're going to help sort of with this design too.
I love these.
So I'm going to pop one of those.
Just to let everybody know, I've got around 30 spaces left on the kit on your screen.
Okay, so that goes there. So then I need another pearl to finish that off so it's symmetrical. Like that, and I'll do the same on the top end. So a spacer in the centre, so on either side one of my potato pearls. Okay, so then I'm going to bring this wire that's coming out the bottom, I'm going to call that the bottom, and poke it through so that it protrudes from the top, and we're going to join these together. So if I pop that pearl down into place like that, you see that how that's going to sit there. And I'm just going to see if I can get this other strand through the pearl, because ideally we want them coming out through the centre. But if you can't, don't worry. If you use bead and thread or monofilament, you can do that. It's just that I found that when I used monofilament, this was a little bit flexible, this design, so that's why I'm using wire now, but I'll show you how we can do that anyway. So we're going to pull that nice and tight together, as tight as we can, and we'll take one of these strands and poke it back through. It comes down to sit at the bottom. Okay, so that will then pull our design in. So we'll put it nice and tight, and as you pull, make sure that those pearls are positioned like so that they're in the ends of those tubes. Okay, so to secure that, we're going to come, because it's the wire and it wants to move, just if you flick one back for a minute, just to keep it in position whilst you tighten the other one up, that'll stop it moving. So we're going to hold on to it nice and tight. We're going to wrap through the ring that you've created. Don't worry if it becomes a bit loose at this stage, because we can tighten it when we do the other side. And then between the gems, go in between, so round the back of one. And what we'll do is we'll hide that wire. You see the wire that's coming over the pearl there? We'll just hide that in a minute. So don't worry about it too much. Just come round a few times just to keep that in place. Around the gemstones. Okay, and that one's secured now at the top. And we'll do the same at the bottom. So now that one's in, it should be easier to really get a hold of this and tighten it up. So get a nice tight close on there. Okay, so hold it nice and securely. Wrap it around. So you see how the bottom one is much easier because you've already secured the top one. It already is starting to firm that up. Okay, so that's in there now. So that's nice and secure. So we've got our basic shape. And then what I did was run some gemstones down the centre. So we take one of these tails, the one that's at the top, you decide which is the top and the bottom, and run it down the centre, and we'll thread on some gemstones, some of our pearls. So I started with a line of, I think I got 5 little tiny pearls.
Yeah.
No, thread those on. Thread them. Is there 5 or 6?
That's...
I can't count them from here.
I'll count. Not a strong point, but I'll have a go. 2, 4, 6, 7.
Oh, wow, 7. Okay.
Oh,
Wow, 7.
Wowzers! You've outdone yourself. You have outdone yourself.
Okay, 4. Right, they all thread on really nicely to the 0.4 wire, which will give you a good idea of, that again helps you inform your design. So pearls are generally a smaller drill hole, but it's nice that you can get them on a wire that's as strong as a 0.4. Okay, so I've got 7. Is that right? 2, 4, 6, 7.
7, yeah.
And then I believe I have 2 of my potato pearls.
Potatoes.
So 2 of those. 1, 2. And then one of these lovely spaces, bring that metallic element in to the centre of my design. And then one of my large pearls.
And then you do the same the other way round.
Do the same the other side.
And whilst you're doing that,
yes,
I'll come around your carriage with the treat trolley.
even Kerry frowned at that one.
What?
Even Kerry frowned at that one.
Oh, Kerry frowns at all of my incredible jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, right now, I have got the kind of components that I think take this to another level. It doesn't make it your usual general traditional pearl collection. It really brings out something else in it. These components aren't things we get to see often at all. Some of them totally new to me. I'll start off with the things you've been seeing us work with the majority of this make, which is these. They're stunning, aren't they? Really gorgeous connectors. These are described as your, very snappily named, might I add, silver-plated copper curved tube with 14 loops, approximately 19 by 8 mil, 5 pieces.
Cool, that's easy, isn't it?
I just call them... Oh.
Dropped.
What would you call them? Jazzy horns? No. Jazzy connectors?
No, I would, no.
Why jazzy? Just look at them.
Multi-bales?
Multi-bales.
Yeah.
That is better,
That is better
than jazzy horn. I've got for you really large connecting centre here. Can you see how mammoth that is? If you've got any leather cords, cords, satin cords,
Yeah, you can get them all through that.
large metals,
Yeah. Paracord.
chains, paracords,
Viking net.
Kumahimo. Just say words. Macrame you could get through
Macrame.
here as well, couldn't you?
Yes.
There's so much you could do with these because, as you can see, really, really large. And the great thing with that is it makes it versatile, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. You can use them with all sorts of your, all of your different mediums and techniques, your favourite techniques. They're going to be able to be incorporated into. They're fantastic.
You've then got the 14 loops, as you can see at the bottom there, just to make you aware. 40 gone. 40. So you've got to be as quick as a fly at a picnic to get your hands on these ones. 5 of those in total. And then, speaking of chain, which we were a while ago, I've got chain and a mammoth amount of it. A metre. 5 times over. 5 meters worth in total. This chain is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Totally different to any of the chains I've seen of late.
Yeah, it's like our original chain that we used to get in our findings pack.
You're right.
And it's really versatile because it's great as an extender chain as well. It's got such big links.
Yeah.
So it's a great chain.
If you want to do your likes of charms with these as well, you could, because of those large links. As you can see, they're kind of ovals that have the twist upon them, and that means they nook into each other beautifully on this twisted link chain. You've got a 6x4 on each of these individual loops, and like I say, a whole heap of goodies here. 5 meters worth in total. And then lastly, but by no means leastly, I am aware that's not a word, I have got for you spacer beads. Now these are the brass spacer beads. Take a look at them. I've not seen anything like this.
I absolutely love these. They're so heavy and weighty, and they look like silver, or you know, they look, when you put them in your pieces, they look like real silver spacer beads.
You're right, 'cause they're so high shine.
Yeah. Really great.
They are phenomenal. Again, decent sized drill hole on these. They are brass, which means they've got real nice weight to them. 100 pieces in total. They're an 8 by 25 mil. Decent sized drill hole on these. Again, as you can see, 100 pieces in total. Your price point today for all of this, and we're not stopping there. We're bringing this down in price. There's no need to, really, because already a very good price point for all of that chain you're getting. These big connector loop, way, £21.95 is absolutely phenomenal. That is fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, it really
for
is.
all of that gorgeous chain, for those wonderful spaces that you're getting in here, which you've kind of used as spacers. You've used as stoppers as well on this kind of design where you've used the connectors.
Yes.
I just think phenomenal. Now, I need to make you aware, quantity-wise, I've gotten lower. If everyone checked out, I would be in single figures. So you've got to get yourself on those phone lines if you want to beat everyone to the mark on this. But could you see how we've even used them in there, kind of to use them as a stopper so that the pieces don't fall through on those spaces. Really beautiful. Get them whilst you have the opportunity to do so. Get them whilst you can. A really great deal there. And last chance opportunity on these. All of those wonderful spaces with the the shine on those is just magnificent. Last 10 on those ones for you today. This looks like someone's mixed their brew with it. See that? What's that?
Yeah. Looks like brew.
Looks like brew. Anyway, yeah, well done everybody. Very few of those left. Get them whilst you can, and when they have sold out, we'll bring the kit back up on your screen because we've still got a handful or 3 of those beautiful pearls left. Okay, Gem, so I've let you carry on finishing that pattern off.
Yeah, so I threaded them all onto that wire now. And then when I draw it down the centre of this eye shape, you see it brings my 2 wires to the end there. So I want to attach this in. So because we've got those gems, those beads in there, the pearls and the spacer beads, it gives us a nice little gap to snugly wrap these into position. So we just take the wire, wrap it round and pull it tight. So just one wrap will do for now. We'll leave those tails for a minute because we'll use those to, I make these things up as I go along. So these, I leave them because they may inform the next decision. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
If I want to add something in or I want to add a tassel, then I've got these here and that's going to be what will help me out instead of adding things. So I'm just going to tuck those in out the way for a minute. And now I'm going to work around the sides. And on this piece, what I've done is just added the tiny, got 14 little holes on these, and the tiny pearls just sit beautifully on top. And I just thought they looked so pretty sat there, so I wanted to put them around the edge. So to do that, I've used monofilament, and I'm going to show you how to put them in, and so that you don't see the workings.
Okay.
Now, for the demo, I've experimented with a different technique of doing this, so I'm hoping it works.
You are a danger mouse.
Yeah, I know, it's risky, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I'll show you how you start off before we come on to continuing with this weave.
Okay.
So if I just tuck that in out the way for a minute. And I won't tell you the new technique until I know it works, and then if it works, I'll tell you how much easier it is.
Okay.
Or not.
Or not. So she doesn't reference it, it hasn't worked.
You'll soon see. Okay, so I'm going to take a length of monofilament, which is really, really difficult to see on air, and I appreciate that, but I'll go as slowly as I possibly can. And I want a length, a workable length that is going to come all the way around here, but give me a bit of manoeuvrability. So I think here, doubled up, I've got around what's that, 20 inches?
Yeah.
Okay, that should be plenty. So what I then do is I'm going to work it in half. So I'm going to fold it in half and thread my first, the monofilament up through the first loop and pull it to the center point. Okay? So it's hooked into that first loop. And then I'm going to take the 2 tails of the monofilament and thread on one of my tiny seed pearls. Okay, this takes a little bit of doing because you've got 2 lengths to get through. Now I always find that if I thread one length in first and then take the other to follow through after, it seems easier than trying to get both ends in at the same time. So I'm going to pop that through the hole there. They do go through. I didn't have a problem with any that didn't take 2 threads. Okay, so pull them back through so the tails are equal level, and then drop that pearl down so that it sits into that first little hole or first little loop. So it's just going to sit in there.
Yeah.
And then to get it to stay there, we separate the threads, and we're going to take one thread and bring it up through the next hole. Okay, so you separate these threads. One sits on the top and one comes up from the bottom and through the next loop. So I get that one into place there. Okay, pull it up through. The first one is the trickiest because it doesn't want to stay where you put it, because it wants to sort of pull round to the next, to the, you know, sort of the narrowest point, so it wants to come up further. But once you've got the next one on, that will sort that problem out. So then once we've got it up through that hole, we then pop on another pearl. Okay. So if I just do this one, and I'll move on to the other side.
Okay.
And we can continue from there. So find a hole in your pearl. So popping one in first and then following it through with the second thread. And if we pull that down now, because we divided the threads, it should allow the pearl just to sit in the next cavity or gap that's created by, where has it gone? I've lost it. Oh, I know what's happened.
Oh.
Oh. Sorry, I wasn't looking.
This isn't your new technique, is it?
No, it isn't my new technique.
Just checking.
I don't know if it's twisted round or if it's threaded through the wrong part. Let me just check. Oh no, we're back. Oh, I've pulled it off.
Oh, it's all right. I'll talk,
Yes,
and then
please.
it'll be like it didn't happen.
Yes.
Hey everyone! It's lovely to see you all today. Just to let everybody know that I have a massive amount of these in baskets. These are just basket people. Northamptonshire, Hampshire, South Yorkshire. What? Basket people. Northamptonshire. How do you? Northamptonshire. Is that not a place? Well, why is it written down here? Did I? Bit weird. Northamptonshire. I'm trying to. Oh, this is me trying to get me job for the train voiceover. Northamptonshire.
My sister was a train announcer.
Stop it.
No, she was.
Why did she give that up?
Well,
Why is it past tense?
just life. That was when she was really young. She just gave up. She tried something else.
Just life, Becky. That is a hard lesson to learn at this time of the day. Anyway, Hampshire, South Yorkshire, Cumbria, Berkshire, Greater Manchester, Herefordshire, Dunbartonshire, Dunbarton. Julie, you've got in your basket. 5, Merseyside, Angus, and another Angus. So you lot have got it in your baskets, and just to let you know that we're extremely low in quantity, and don't forget we sold out of the other part of the kit, so really busy day today. Do feel free to check those out when you have the availability.
Perfect timing.
Thank you.
Well filled, Becky.
No problemo, pal.
Okay, so what I've done is I've separated the threads, like I said, brought one up through the next loop in that bar, and drop my pearl, put the threads back together, drop my pearl on and position it into the hole there. And you see it's sitting already. They're going to be much more well behaved once the second one's in.
Yes.
So then again you
Well behaved.
split the threads and pop the cord up through the next one, ready to add in your next pearl, and you'd continue with that for all 14. So if I move on to the one that I'd already started on, I do believe this is going to work, and if it does, oh thank you.
People are just asking if it'd look better on a white black background. What do we think, director?
It
Yeah.
may.
Is that okay for you, Gemma Crow?
It's absolutely brilliant for me, much easier. Okay, so let's see. So what I've done for this experiment is I've threaded all 14 of my little pearls onto one side. So I started it exactly the same way, added my pearl in onto that first loop. Then on the one end, I've threaded all of my pearls for the remaining loops.
Yeah.
And then all I have to do is come up through the next loop And then these pearls are already ready on for me, and I can just take the tail of the one thread and pop it through the pearl, following the other thread. Yeah, right through, and then pull it in till it drops into position just there. So in effect what we've got is a thread with our pearls on, and then if we call this a working thread, so the thread with the pearls on always stays along the top. The working thread comes down every time and up through the next loop and pulls into position. There we go. And then we can then take that thread and thread it through the pearl that's on the strand, and that will really speed up the threading of these. And I wish I'd realised this before I set up the demo, because I would have done this at home and it would have taken a lot less time. So now every time our pearls are already in position, and we can just pop them in and keep threading. So if we do that again,
That is clever that way, isn't it?
it's much better, isn't it? I'm glad it worked.
Me too.
Okay, so we thread, pop the next pearl down. So again, the strand with the pearls on is the one that stays along the top. The one without the pearls on is the working one, and that comes then up underneath and through the next loop along. You just have to be careful it doesn't twist and hold on to the other loops. And then in through the next pearl on your lazy strand then, or your top strand. And you do that all the way along to the bottom. And that is the technique. You just do that on both sides. So we don't want to go through all of that, do we? Should we move on?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you think everybody's got that at home? So that's how it will look. It will have these little, almost look like little pearls in bezels all the way around the edge. Very pretty.
I love that design.
Okay. When we come to the end, so if we pretend that I've come all the way to the end.
Yeah. My imagination is in use.
Brilliant. Let's do the last one, and then that'll hold it in place for me. So just bring this pearl up through the last hole and thread it into this pearl. Do not forget to make sure that you've knotted the thread with your pearls threaded onto, otherwise it'll all fall off the end as you're working. Okay, so to keep that last pearl in place, we're going to have to take one thread down through the hole in with the pearl and knot the two threads together, and that will keep that secure and in place, and we can do the next bit.
Would you do a glue dab?
It's
not
really
really
not
need it.
necessary at this point. When we finish with working with these, I would recommend, if added security, use a little bit of glue as well. What I've done in these is I've knotted them and then covered them with crimp covers just to cover the knot. So you could easily hide a bit of glue in there as well. Okay, then. So once we've got have both sides coming and protruding from the bottom, and then we're gonna on each side thread on another potato pearl. And basically all we're doing is sort of tapering the design down into a point now. So the potato pearl will come on here. And this bit was just done really by eye. So you just have a look what's needed, and you think, well, I could do with a potato, I could do with a pearl there, or I need a large pearl here, or a small pearl here, a bit of a spacer, and you just do this bit by eye, really. So I think the next one is another pearl at the bottom. Okay, sitting in there, and then drawing it together. Remember, I left these tails on, so I think if we look at that, we put all that together, you're going to see you've actually got a bit of a gap here where you need to fill. So I'm going to put one of my pearls in there as well. Did I do that in that one? I can't see.
Yes.
Am I making this up as I go along?
No,
with
there's
these
like
pearls? No, there's a spacer bead in
spacer
there.
in there.
But we could put a pearl in there, though. We could fit one in there. So should we try that? See if it looks any different?
Why not? I'm living on the edge today.
Yeah, we are. We are living on the edge. So remember, I wrapped these round, so I'm actually only going to use one of these tails now because I don't need the other one. So I can make sure that's nice and securely wrapped here. And so wrap it round another time just to make sure it's not going anywhere. And then trim it off as close into that gap between the gems as you can. And if you can get your fingernail or something in there just to press it down to make it doubly secure, great. Let's pop on this. Oh, I've lost my bead now. Lost my gemstone. Let's put it back in. Let's pop this gemstone back in, and then we'll have a look at what size gap we've got,
Okay.
and then what gemstone or which size pearl we want to put in there. So if I pull these together, you can see the size gap we've got. I actually think a bigger pearl in there would look really nice.
Yes.
So let's pop a bigger pearl in. And maybe we need a flash of silver too, so we put a spacer in. So we can just have a look. What do you think? Yeah, let's try it.
That.
Let's try it. We can always take it off if it doesn't work, and that's the great thing.
That's a good point.
It's not permanent, you know. You can take it apart if you don't like it. So let's pop that in there. So we've got that gap.
Oh, I like that.
That gap filled.
Yeah.
So we can leave it there,
Mm-hmm.
and we can tie these like I was saying before. So we just tie these off, these ends. So, and I'll do an overhand knot. You would have 4 tails here, but I've got only 3 because I haven't completed the other side with the pearls. So you'd have, well, it's fiddly with the bead with this on there. So monofilament is great stuff. It's great because it hides everything, but it also, you know, is a bit more tricky to work with, but the results are lovely. If you want something that's a bit more fluid, or you want something that's going to disappear, then monofilament is worth persevering with. Okay, so I've tied that in an overhand knot. I did right over left and under, just like tying shoes, and then I did it the opposite way around, so left over right and under, and that will give me a nice tight knot. If you want to be doubly secure, you can do that twice. So let's do that one more time. Right, left over right and under through, pull, and then opposite way around, right over left, under, through and pull. Okay, so that's done nice and tight. Cut that off now. Cut them off nice and close, and if you want to, you can pop your glue on there to make sure it's not going to come undone. And then we've got this edge here. We can taper that down a bit, so I'm going to use a spacer and then one of my tiny pearls. If you want to graduate even further, you could even use a potato pearl here, on here, and then one of your seed beads, seed pearls there. Okay, so now we've got it's really tapered. Now you know, it's up to you if you want that sort of size point. So at the end, to stop it coming off, because we don't want to double it back or anything, we'll just do a sort of a knot in the wire almost to give us like an eye pin, a head pin. So what I'm going to do is take my pliers in and bend. I'm going to give myself about 4 or 5 millimeters, as much as I can grab onto with my round nose pliers. Pull the wire back on itself and pinch it together and hold it, okay? So we've got like a bit of a loop. It's very tiny, but like a bit of a loop there. And then our wire is sort of running back up along itself. So if we then hold on to the loop with our round nose pliers and take this wire tail, and then we're going to wrap it around once, all the way around once. And then what we're going to try and do is hold on to the tip even closer up to the end and run that wire up towards the end. Okay, and then when we've only got that tiny, tiny loop left, take the tail of the wire, thread it through the loop, and that's like a little knot then in the wire. So just be careful it doesn't tangle on the way through. Pull it up through and give it a good pull, and then you've got this tiny knot on the end of your wire. It's going to stop any of your gems falling off. Now, it takes a bit of practice to get these tidy when you do these knots. So in the meantime, if you don't like the look of it once it's done, then all you need to do is grab a crimp cover and pop it over, and it will grip onto there and look like a little bead sat on the end. So there's your pendant.
How phenomenal is that, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that just stunning?
So, you know, you have to use a bit of imagination to imagine these pearls are all in the right place. But that's how you construct it.
That's how you construct the actual pendant section. And we'll talk about how you attached it to the necklace in the final sort of minute or so in a moment. But right now, Hi Becky and Gemma, I've only just joined you. Can I see the back of Becky's body chain? Gemma, you designed... Now, do excuse me, there's lots of cords here. I know I look like I'm battery powered, but I'm not. These are all my ear cords. Tell us a little bit about the back of this, please, Gemma.
So it's done so you put your arms through it a bit like you would. So if I open this, you'll see how I mean. So you've got the halter section, which comes around the back of the neck from the centre of the pendant, comes here. And then here, I've got one of our S hooks. And because I was saying before, because the chain is like an extender chain, I'm doing the wrong side. And because the chain is an extender chain, it means I can put my hook here on this, which would go through your arm, you put your arms through. And what I've done is done the same this side, but I've added an extender chain with a pearl on the end, which means it's fully adjustable, you know, up to about, I mean, you've got about 6 inches of play there, so you can expand if you want to, and it'll still fit. And then you take your hook at whichever point is comfy, pop it through the chain, and then it creates like a bib style at the back.
It's really beautiful, isn't it? The detail of it all, and the fact that it's kind of one size fitting all.
Yeah.
Now, just in the final minute, we did say we'd tell you how to attach it to the actual chain.
Yeah.
So how do we do that?
So all this is just using our featherweight head pins that we get in the finder's kit, and we're going to do a wrap loop on either end of our gemstone, or pearls. So what I've done is I started with a larger pearl and tapered then to a smaller pearl and then a spacer.
Fantastic.
So, and you can vary that. I think I've varied that. So the bottom layer had 3 sets and then 2 on the either side. So take your featherweight head pin, take it through your gemstone. Sometimes they've got a bit of dust inside because they're organics and they've been drilled through. So you just wiggle them through and it'll get the dust out. Now what I do is I make my loop one end first. So I'm going to come in down the featherweight head pin about about 1.5 centimetres with my round nose pliers. I'm about 1/3 of the way down my round nose pliers. Just give me a decent sized loop. You turn that loop like so, and then I always kick that back a little bit so that when I take my pliers out, it's like a, if I lay it down, it's like a balloon on a stick rather than off to one side. So just like that, and then I'm going to put it back in my pliers and hold on to it. Then this tail I take and wrap around, and because it's a featherweight head pin, it's really easy to wrap that around. So I always allow a little bit extra to do this because it's not easy to work with these tiny lengths, tiny ends, and so you're not going to get all of that wrapped completely in perfectly.
No.
So I wrap it to about here and then I'll trim that excess off. So once I've made the one side, the one wrap loop, slide my pearl down to meet it. And I leave the ball end on until I finish because actually it helps because it gives you something to hold on to when you wrap the next side.
Yeah.
So then to do the next side, we want to, first I make my loop. So I use the distance of my pliers to make the stem, then kink that back and then turn my loop on the top with my pliers, remembering roughly the same point in my pliers. So there's one end, but you must remember not to wrap this yet because we need to add it into our pendant. So we find the place on our pendant that we're going to add it into. So if I come through one that's open so you can see, instead of me fiddling. So we wrap that in, and we hook it in, and then wrap, because it's a wrap loop, we won't be able to open and close it to get it on and off. So I'm going to hold that as tight as we can, and then take that tail and wrap it around. Again, that little loop on the end just gives you that little bit of purchase, and then I will trim that off.
Fantastic.
After, so that's wrapped in there, and you do as many of those as you like, but always remember to thread it into the loop before you wrap. So I always do the other end first because then it's less time I have to spend holding everything together.
Phenomenal.
Do the one and then the other
Fantastic. Gem, thank you so much for talking us all through that. It's just a beautiful design, and if you do want to get your hands on the last few of the kit, you will have to be quick on it. You've got those 4 stunning strands of genuine real deal pearls. You've got 2 lengths of the pearl threading material as well, and you also get those beautiful head pins. So do be quick to get them whilst you can. Gem and myself will be back after the break, and I've got your challenge.
Oh yeah.
Straight after the break, start by. We'll see you in a bit.
Did you know that Jewellery Maker's phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping.
We are live every day from 8 AM to 9 PM. So come and join in and get creating with Jewellery Maker. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you'll receive 10% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, theme shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share. Chrome diopside, which as the name suggests, gets its vivid green colours from chromium. It's not a particularly well-known gemstone. Diopside, or sometimes known as Russian diopside, was first discovered in the early 1800s and derives its name from the Greek words dis and ops, meaning two-faced, in reference to the 2 ways of orientating the gem before cutting. Diopside is unusual in that it has perfect cleavage in 2 directions. To see more of this incredible gemstone, stay tuned to us. Get creative with Mark Smith with his Craft Fair DVD. Mark guides you through 6 sections of fascinating techniques that sell the best on his very own successful craft fairs. He concludes this DVD by sharing his own tips and hints that make his own stalls very popular. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
An absolutely captivating aurora borealis of light, glamour and stunning eye-catchability. No, not Gemma Crow. I'm talking about the gemstone, guys. Right, Gem?
I'm back.
You're right, love. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Gemma Crow's challenge, and I've got to say, it is something superb. What do you think of it, Gem?
I think it's absolutely beautiful, and I've never worked with it before, and I can't wait. So I'm really chuffed. That's my challenge.
Now, this is totally different. It's Labradorite. It's pure, real deal Labradorite. And then it has this really gentle blue coating over the top of it. Gives such a different look and appeal, doesn't it, Gem?
It does. Labradorite is beautiful on its own, but that blue really sort of intensifies it, doesn't it? It sort of focuses its beauty then into those blue tones. So it works really, really well. It's lovely.
It's almost, to me, a little bit like a star sapphire. You know when you get the kind of asterisation, the star underneath the surface of a sapphire? It's almost like that, but intensified, actually. You've got genuine real deal Labradorite at the heart of this, and then you've got that blue coating over the top. Now, a lot of you will know if you've seen Labradorite before. Labradorite tends to be a deep grey, very foreboding. It tends to be and a cloudy day grey. With this, because you've got that blue coating, the body of the gemstone does look sapphire blue, almost like a little bit of a lapis blue, doesn't it? In fact, because of that sort of metallic sheen underneath the surface of this, it's got a touch of the lapis about it. But like a lapis that's oh, I don't know, had 7 coffees. Do you know what I mean? It's like that, isn't it? It's a hyperactive, it's a bright, it's a beautiful, it's a gleaming lapis kind of look, because you've got that sheen under the surface. Now, we haven't seen this strand before, and we are going to have some inspiration with it later. But because we haven't seen anything like this before, because this is a new strand, we are going to be bringing you a really special treat of a price point on it. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, for your genuine blue colour-coated Labradorite should be. Now, we are going to roll this down. It's a premier price point. That means I can't guarantee you that we're going to do this price point again, but we are today for you. You ready for this? Rolling down to under £10, £9.95 on this today, ladies and gentlemen. That is an absolute corker of a deal. It really is. Gem, what do you think of that price point for this strand, please?
It's definitely not what I was expecting.
No.
I think that's a brilliant price, isn't it? It's fantastic.
Where was your mind going, price point wise?
24-ish, 22 maybe. Show price minimum 17, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's so lovely. It's got so much impact for that price tag, hasn't it?
Really, really has. And that's when we talk, you know, bang for your buck. Wowzers, you've got it here, haven't you?
Yeah, you really have. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I can't wait actually to try it out with these spacers I've got over here.
Tell me where your creativity mind is going with this, please.
Okay. I'm thinking I'd love it with gold, but I'm going to put it with silver because I've got lots of silver elements I can use over here. And first off, I'm thinking, for me, that shape I want to do chainmail and have it drop sort of so it looks like it's protruding from the chainmail.
Ooh.
But I don't think I have time for that. So I'm going to do something that maybe looks a bit like chainmail.
Oh, well, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
I love that idea because it's going to give you a little bit of a, hey, how are you doing?
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, a little wink.
Wink of light, isn't it?
Yeah.
A kind of wink of light.
I love how it tessellates, so I'm going to try and play with that.
The way that they kind of sit on the strand and tessellate.
Yeah, yeah. And I want to separate them out and see if I can get some crisscrossing going on with some beads. Oh, I've got all sorts of ideas.
Oh my gosh, your ideas are going wild and I can't wait to see them. Now, we're going to give this to Gemma. She's allowed to use whatever's around her, kind of wire findings, etc. And then at the end of the show, so approximately 5 to 5, we will have a little nosy at exactly what she's whipped on up for us. I'm excited to see it. Just to let you know, extremely popular because we've taken that price down. I do need to reiterate that is a premier price offer. I can't guarantee that you will see that price point again. And at 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning on Fish Friday, it will be back up to its original price. So you've got to be quick as a dart. I'm going to hand this over to you now, Gem. So you can have a little feel of it.
Oh, it is like lapis blue, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's a real blue, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
I think it's beautiful. I really do. And like I say, we will be having a little look at what she's created with that a little bit later on. The keen-eyed among you may well have noticed that me and Gemma have changed our jewellery. I know. It's mind-boggling, isn't it?
We've swapped.
That's what you were talking about today, weren't you? You were talking about how different jewellery can give you a different look. And I completely agree, it does. Yeah. Is that something important for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I usually have really, really simple clothes, and it's all about the jewellery and the belts and the shoes and the bags. And you know, a black dress, you can make it look casual, you can make it look smart, you can make it look business-like, and it does depend on how you accessorise, and jewellery plays the biggest part in that, really.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I think we've demonstrated that very well.
I think we have.
Actually. I like how I'm saying we, like we've put in equal effort here. Like I've had a hand in it. $9.95 for you on that brand new strand of Labradorite. Okay, now, Thrifty Thursday continues. Sorry, I didn't realise my elbow was going to click then. Thrifty Thursday continues, and I'm going to bring you loads of treats and deals today. So let's get diving in to this time, shall we? Where are we going to? Producer Toby. Lavender amethyst cabochons. Now, if you love yourself some cabochons, that chrome dioxide is coming up for you really, really shortly. These are so delicate. Wowzers. Hold an image of amethyst in your mind now and then take a look at these, because that clarity is something I would not generally expect at all. They are phenomenal. Really beautiful lavender amethyst I've got here for you with an absolute corker of a clarity. Oh, Bex. Slippery little blighters as well. What would you do with amethyst like this? Because it is so clear.
I would do the most minimal wire wrapping with no backing, so you could get the light right through it. You wouldn't want to lose that, would you?
No.
So I'm thinking maybe prong setting, or even as a nice statement ring would look lovely, but set really high so that you could still see the light through. Yeah, very nice.
It's really beautiful, and then it gives you that amount of clarity. Of course, it is one of the aspects that we would look for when you're looking at the 4Cs. And one of the reasons you want to look for clarity is because you get that really interesting light that kind of settles and rests inside the gemstone, but at the same time protrudes out onto the skin. Now, you can't see this, but what I can see, it is just behind here where each one of them lays, this big beam of very gently purple light, which just illuminates the skin. It's really beautiful, and you can get the look too with these stunning lavender amethyst cabochons. Your prize point today, everybody. Well, I didn't expect $9.95. Okay, amazing price. $6.95. That is a very, very good price for pieces that have this amount of clarity and beauty. Really very, very special indeed. And at just £6.95, an absolute bargain and a half, it truly is. I mean, you know, for some pieces you would be expecting that price point just for one, realistically, wouldn't you, Jam?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very hard to find cabochons, you know, anyway, anywhere else, but that price. I mean, I remember searching for my mum's wedding for an amethyst cabochon, and they were up in the region of, some of them, £50–60, you know, even more.
Wow.
I know, it was shocking. I hadn't even considered they would be that much money.
No, but
we're spoiled here, aren't we?
We really are. We do get nonchalant.
We do.
This cabochon in the background coming up for you in, I don't want to be too specific, but let's say around 11 minutes 31 seconds. So do stay tuned for that one, okay, because it's coming up for you really soon. Okay, don't forget Peruvian opal I've got for you today as well. Deal of the day. Okay, we're bringing to you peach pearls now. And they are going to go, oh, hang on. Oh my goodness, they're huge.
They're real.
Oh, that face, I'm so sorry. That was a really shocking face I just pulled then. Has anybody watched Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Do you remember the everlasting gobstoppers? That's what these are like. They are absolutely mammoth. Wow. Luxury sized pearls I've got here for you, and they are mammoth. I've got for you here genuine peach coloured pearls that obviously will go exceptionally well with that first kit. I mean, so well. They are only a millimetre off a pure perfect round, and I have to say that a lot of these actually look round to me. When you've got pearls like this, you've got something that is big, bold and beautiful in its statement. But the fact of the matter is, you are looking for certain things as a way of giving a valuation. When we're looking at genuine gemstones that come with a carat weight, i.e. not an organic like these ones, then of course you will look for the likes of the colour aspects, for example. However, with an organic, you look in a different manner, you look in a different way. For example, you would never get a clear pearl. So we look at different aspects of this, and one of the main aspects we'd look for is a lustre point, very much like you would on the likes of a genuine gemstone. But the lustre that you're looking for on your freshwater pearls is all to do with the smoothness of surface, and that's to do with the way in which the nacre builds up over time. If you get ones that are pitted, that have kind of, I always think of them as candy floss swirls around them, a bit like an helter-skelter. If you get ones like that, if you get ones with pits and troughs and kind of edges to them, they will generally be deemed a lesser value than those with a very smooth lustre. These ones have that smooth lustre, and that is one of the things that a valuator would look for. There's not loads of pits and trough, there's not loads of dark areas, there's not lots of shading. It's beautiful, effortlessly smoothed by Mother Nature herself. So to be able to get that quality aspect at this price point is very good. But I want to make this like the golden ticket of all treats. Always pulling it back in. See what I did there, guys? You ready for this? Thrifty Thursday continues. £16.95 on these ones. That is an absolute corker of a deal, because genuinely I brought you pearls that look extremely similar to this. There'll have been a 1mm difference to make them around at £42 and upwards from my memory. To be able to bring you something like this at £16.95 is truly something to behold. I'm just amazed by that, really. What do you think, Gem?
Again, it's phenomenal. The prices of pearls are going up everywhere, and they just seem to be going down or here, you know.
Yeah.
It's remarkable. The size of those, I'd never have dreamt they were a real pearl at that price, ever.
That's astonishing, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, you 1mm off a perfect round, which brings the price up. You've got a stunning lustre on these, you really do, which brings the price up. And they're a luxury size pearl, which obviously brings the price up. The price of pearls are going through the roof at the moment. Honestly, they really, really, truly are. The Tixton show, I showed you a article from that the other week, basically talking about how the prices of these are just going up and how it's getting incredibly difficult outside of China to get your hands on any pearls whatsoever. So get your hands on these ones whilst you can at £16.95. That is a rolled down price, but again, that price will go back up at 8 o'clock, so get them as quickly as you possibly can. Now, bringing you some tea. I'm bringing you some tea now. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'm not. You said tea bar, and I'm just... Oh, now I've never seen this gemstone coated before. And it's the last 16 chances. Oh, this is the only strand of its kind of its variety that we have. Oh, pardon? Do you?
I want it to go with my Labradorite.
I want, never gets.
Yes, it does. Beg to differ.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is your coated amethyst. Oh, it's mermaidial. Why do you want this so much, please, Gem?
Because it's so beautiful. Why else?
It is phenomenal, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. It's just beautiful. There's nothing else to say about it.
Now, I think amethyst, it doesn't need any helping hand whatsoever. It's already so stunning. But this coating just brings it to a whole nother level. You've got these gorgeous mermaidial tones. You have this really wonderful sheen and shimmer over the surface, which is so captivating. It really is. I love this strand. The picture of it did not do it justice. I would honestly get this home to truly appreciate it. It's absolutely beautiful. It's got that, I used to have a pet fish called Harry, right? I used to have this pet trout. He was a trout, so it wasn't like a goldfish. But anyway, I used to have this trout that lived in a pond in our garden, and it used to come to the surface when I called it. And I know people think I'm loopy, but honestly, it was in a trout pool. There was loads of other trout there, but I knew it was Harry Trout every time. And Harry Trout, when you called him, used to swim up to the surface and sort of bob for the food. But he also used to kind of turn a bit, and you'd get this flash of scales from Harry Trout. And it reminds me of that. Does it you, Gem? No. No. Bit of a niche. I understand. Bit of a niche analogy, I admit.
But I do understand that there's that flash of sort of blue that you get in those little fish, you know?
Yes.
Those little ones that fly around the fish tank. Really
And
quickly.
Harry Trout.
And Harry
Treat
Trout.
yourself to your Mystic Coated Amethyst today. It's fantastic. Your price point. Oh, well, that is phenomenal. £17.95. You couldn't buy your own trout for that.
Just look at those together.
Come on now. Come on.
Look.
Pop it next to it.
This is my appeal.
Oh, A up. How many did you say? Single figures now. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have said before. Single figures now available on this. I'm so sorry about that. You've got to be quick as you can. It was more than that, obviously, but now loads of people treat themselves to it. Oh, Gemma Crow, you're absolutely right. The Labradorite and that beautiful coating with the amethyst just works a dream.
It does.
£17.95. Well done, absolutely, everybody. Beautiful birthstone of February at the heart of it, and then this fantabulous coating over the top. Really like that. Oh, sorry about my nail varnish, by the way. In fact, I've got 2 chips now. This one was done off of a Fat Boomer fight the other day, and this one I did just opening my suitcase. So I do apologise. I would have redone them, but it's gel and you just can't. That, and I was too busy breaking my Lent last night. I broke my Lent. I can't believe it. I only had to wait till Sunday. I gave up Chinese and, well, all takeaway for Lent. And then I went round to my cousin's the other day. She went, oh, thought I'd treat us to a Chinese for tea. And I didn't want to be rude and say, nah, you can cook. You can cook, thanks. So I broke it.
Well, you didn't break it. She broke it for you, so it's not your fault.
Thank you, Gemma, and that's why we're
fine.
friends.
Yes.
£17.95, 2 or 3 left. Toby's just gone. You still failed, though. How do you feel about Moonstone, Gemma Crow?
I like Moonstone. I love Moonstone. Which colour is it?
A beautiful white colour.
Oh, a vintage white. So that's like that would go lovely with your what's that word? It's older than a diamond.
Zircon.
Zircon. Beautiful with zircon, that colour. Have you got some? Is that zircon? That's not zircon. Is it?
It is. It is. This is like cognac zircon.
Wow.
Chocolate zircon.
Would I put those together?
Would you?
Yeah.
No, I don't need that anymore.
Either way.
Look at them together.
Beautiful.
Ooh. Wait, on the Moonstone. Okay, let me just state something for you here. First things first, the shape of the Moonstone we didn't get to see very often at all. Second off, size of these we don't get to see often at all because you've got some big ones in the middle, yeah. 8x4 on them in the centre areas. And thirdly, look at that quality of shimmer and shine. You're getting clarity and shimmer and shine here. You're not having to choose one or the other. Therefore, I brought to you the other week a really very, very, very pretty Moonstone strand, different shape, etc. But 30-ish pounds it was, really pretty. And that had clarity and shimmer under the surface, which was kind of a defining feature of it, something not to be seen often at all. To be able to have shimmer and clarity at under £20.
Amazing.
Under £10, Gemma Crow.
Really?
Yeah, your price point today.
It's almost opal, isn't it? It's got that beautiful colouring.
Absolutely agree with you there.
Beautiful.
£7.95 for you today on these ones.
It's fantastic.
What do you think of that?
I just think it's brilliant. You know, that colour and that sort of tone to it and the effects that it gives you, it does make you want to put it with lace and vintage thing. You know, it really is lovely, isn't it?
It's phenomenal. And if you do want to get your hands on my beautiful zircon, then I tell you what, that's coming up a little bit later as a star buy. One of the most ancient gemstones in the world. If you love history, that gemstone is completely for you. Really is. That's coming up for you in a wee while. Loads of you coming up for this. Lots and lots of you with it in your baskets. People multi-purchasing this. Just this in a stretchy bracelet, I think, would knock your socks off.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You could, use those like spacers.
Yeah, it's like spacers with them.
Yeah. That could work.
For kind of beach day, beach wear.
Yeah.
That's coming up as part of a kit in a wee while. Well done, everyone. £7.95. Lots of you with it in your baskets, but you have to check out if you want them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this star buy is something special. It's incredibly rare. It's something that I haven't seen ever before, and it's something that you have the chance to own. Well, I say you. You're going to be in a very small proportion of people who get to own it. Less than 100 of these opportunities. Ladies and gents, it's your star buy. This is just an opportunity to behold. If you want the opportunity to get your hands on this absolutely stunning cabochon, now is your opportunity. You've got light that bursts through this in the rarest of forms, and you have the opportunity to own it in cabochon form. Never seen like this before. Russian chrome dioxide. That is an absolute corker of a treat, it really is. We've got that beautiful hue which has just been all over the catwalks of late. We've seen it in the likes of Giagetti, Richard James. Enzo actually created a really beautiful set of jewellery working with Russian chrome dioxide of late. Starting price point around $1,000 going all the way up. The fact of the matter is, though, that the situation with chrome dioxide is so kind of, let's face it, awful at the moment, that those prices are set to rise, and people are actually purchasing the likes of the Enzo pieces to then be able to sell them on at a higher price point in future time. Because, ladies and gentlemen, 2015 was a record-breaking year for this, but not record-breaking in like the way of, you know, Linford Christie. Record-breaking in the way of negative, as lowest ever yields of this gemstone. There are whispers, there are tales, there are rumours, and we've heard it from very good sources that in 2016 the mine for this gemstone will not even open. If that does happen, like it has in that region before, you'll know the likes of the Killerite diamond, which no longer exists. Essentially, those that you will see, those diamonds that no longer coming out of the ground, which come through the same pipes as these, they don't exist either. But these are likely to be the exact same thing. Why is the yield so bad? Well, one reason is because of the mine itself. Now, the mine itself is, this is taken in summer, this picture. I just want to point out to you, you know, some people might want to go to Ibiza, to the Maldives, to Miami. These miners like to go to Siberia in the summer, and this is such a cold region of the world. And because of the freezing cold conditions, I mean, it's so cold there that when the miners communicate with each other, their breath freezes in midair and it audibly hits the ground, and they refer to that as whisper of the stars. So when they're chatting to their friends, their breath will literally freeze in midair, and the tapping noise of their breath hitting the ground is referred to as whisper of the stars. That's how cold it is. And that's in summer, ladies and gentlemen. The fact of the matter is, less miners are turning up. The fact of the matter is, it's getting harder to get out of the ground. And the fact of the matter is, it's never actually been that abundant anyway. Treat yourself to it whilst you can, in particular in an individual 14-carat piece. When you look at individual carat weight, you're looking at inherent value. To get 14 carats of natural Russian chrome dioxide is exceptional. It really, really, really is. Ladies and gentlemen, your price point today. Seriously, an exceptional deal. Now, I just need to point something out to you right here, right now. Per carat, at the moment, at the last 3 shopping trips, let's say, we went on, the last 3 shows we went to go and put our orders in, the last 3 kind of auctions and buying missions that we went on, rough chrome dioxide from Russia was being sold at £10 per carat of rough. Now this is 14 carats, so you might think, okay, it's £10 per rough carat, so that means if we were to buy this now, it'd be around £140. But don't forget, wastage wise, you're only getting about 10% of actual chrome dioxide out of the rough, so it would be even more than that. The fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, £19.95 is almost unheard of. I'm about to take this down for a final opportunity for me to ever bring you anything like this. The prices are going up dramatically. Today though, £14.95 for one of the gemstones that has the most inherent value on the planet right here, right now. The rarity, the scarcity of this is absolutely unrivaled. The fact of the matter is, how would I describe it to you? I would describe it to you in the sense that on the last 3 buying missions, we haven't been able to buy any of this. We've bought Tanzanite every single time. That's the rarity of this, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, when you've got a gemstone that's kind of showing up Tanzanite, when you've got a gemstone that's going, oh, Tanzanite, oh, it's well common compared to me, you know you've got your hands on something really special indeed. Now, Gem, you fell in love with this when I kind of showed it to you earlier on. Got to be something very special for you, hasn't it?
It has, the colour's like no other,
Yeah.
isn't it? And I've never seen it in a cabochon.
Me neither. Me
Only
neither.
in very high-end finished pieces I've seen chrome dioxide, but I love it. I mean, I love Carl Fabergé. He used chrome dioxide, and that he's just the most amazing artisan, and his work's really inspiring. So that you could take a lot of inspiration as well to make something really beautiful with that.
Completely. We really, really can. What would you do with it personally?
I would almost certainly put it with gold, reminiscent of that Fabergé's design. If I mean, in an ideal world, I'd put it with real gold, but I'd probably go for a plated sterling from with current budget. And I would do some prong sets, so I would minimise how much of that gemstone I cover up.
I like that.
And then I've got some chips, lots of chrome dioxide chips, and I think I'd do some sort of really heavy neckline piece, and then have that as a beautiful centre.
I think that's a phenomenal. So you'd actually have to get a couple. Oh, sorry, I'm just accidentally blinding myself with the torch. Just want to show you the clarity of this. Whoa, my eyes are dancing now. Woo! Dancing eyes. I just want to show you the clarity on this. It's really something special. Don't worry, I won't mess with your eyesight. But look at the clarity on that. That is beautiful, isn't it? But you've still got that opportunity for the actual kind of way in which this is built up. You can still see the fabric of this, as it were, the makeup of it, how Mother Nature herself put it together. £14.95. It is bang on trend at the moment. This colour, honestly, you've seen it so often on the catwalks. Last few opportunities. I've got 17 opportunities And how many people with it in the baskets, Tobster? 15. That means I have one left now. So get yourself on those phone lines. 0800 644 655. Press option number 1. It is, for me, by the way, if you want to do a ring, perfect size.
Yeah, that would be a gorgeous ring, wouldn't it? You wouldn't miss that.
No.
And then you could look at it all the time as well. So
Yeah.
it's probably a good idea.
And I'll be honest, it would probably, if this was made into a ring and you kind of work with the gold and everything else like you were talking about, valuation-wise, you could be dealing with the most expensive piece of jewellery you own with a piece like this.
Yeah.
Very, very much so. Without a shadow of a doubt, actually, it could be one of your most expensive pieces of jewellery.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very highly revered, isn't it?
Massively.
You know.
And at the moment, people are going loopy about it. Honestly, the GIA have sent out kind of they sent out emails and training things that are going on, and they've actually got a meeting, let's say, about the situation with Russian chrome dioxide and how they're going to essentially try and calm the amount of people who want it at the moment, so that they can carry on, you know, have it, because obviously only recently they came up with a grading system for it, and now it looks like they're not going to be able to have it anymore. You know, it's something that they really are focusing on at the moment. Final 10 of them available, and single figures are just around the corner, because I have got someone on the phone. There you are, you've got through. Well done to you. Who was that? Buckinghamshire. Lovely to see you all today. Well done, everybody. Lush, a really special opportunity on that. I can't wait for you to see it. I really can't. I love that.
It is gorgeous.
I know, yeah. I feel a bit sad to put it down.
Have we ever done one before?
I don't know. I've never seen one before.
I've never seen one. Fabulous offer.
I know, amazing. I can't get over that. I really can't. If you want high quality, I have got a high quality clasp coming up for you here in a bit. This is your magnetic clasp, ladies and gentlemen. You've got the lobster claw there, the magnetic section there, and then the little extender chain. That's coming up for you not long at all, moments in fact. Well done everyone on that chrome dioxide. Go really nicely with my Peruvian opal I've got coming up for you in a bit. Where to did you say, Tobster? Let you have a little nosy at that. Shards. These would go really well with that challenge, Gem.
Yes, they would. I've got these.
Tell me more, Gemma. Tell me more.
But they're just gorgeous, aren't they? I love the texture. They're spiky and dynamic and edgy, all without doing anything at all, apart from putting a clasp on.
Yeah.
They're brilliant.
They are phenomenal. Yeah. They kind of do a lot of the work for you, actually, don't they?
They do.
Really beautiful blue coated quartz we've got here. Have you worked with your strands yet?
Yeah, I did just put a clasp on.
Oh, I thought you were just, as an example. You actually did. That's a bit lazy, isn't it, Gem?
You know, you get something like that, you actually don't need to do anything else.
No.
Yeah, it was lazy. It was a last minute, I'm going out, what am I going to wear with this outfit?
Yeah.
So I just put a clasp on.
But the thing is, I know it sounds strange, but when you see guest designers, you imagine that they would just spend hours and hours and hours doing everything they make. It's amazing that you can just pop a clasp on and you are ready and raring to go. And it is strands like this that can do that.
Yeah. I mean, we love making the really big dynamic things, don't we? And we love constructing them, but you know, everyday wearability, practicality, very often, you know, a beautiful strand of gems is all you need.
Really stunning strand here, and 480 carats worth of these quartz. Your price point today is just £9.95 for you today. And if I hold it out, you'll be able to see exactly how many we've got. There's absolutely loads on here, oodles on here. There really, really is. So you've got the opportunity to go wild with your ideas on this one if you want. Headpieces, neckline pieces, bracelets, anklets even, actually, if you wanted to. Or maybe the like of a flip-flop adornment. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do. Do a little fringe around your...
Little flip-flop fringe.
Yeah, anklets. Look great as anklets as well.
Yes.
You know, a pair of jeans and just that poking out the bottom, look nice.
I love that idea. £9.95. Well done, everyone, on that great deal. Moving on. Pink amethyst, real last one for you here. Very quick opportunity. Last 20 of these available. They'd go great with those cabochons I had on earlier. That trio of cabochons with that astonishing clarity. In fact, I've still got them here. Let me show you. Doesn't it? Doesn't it go phenomenally well? Now, I often talk about brilliance, life, internal luster, and this gemstone strand shows exactly what I'm referring to. Basically, what you have with a gem that has extremely high quality is you have the opportunity for the light to get trapped within the gemstone for a long period of time, which means you get this glow, you get this inner beauty, you get this brilliance. And I'll be able to show you it on this strand, because the clarity of it is so epic, and because of that you get this amazing look of brilliance that dances. Now, when you kind of cast your eyes over this, you'll probably be able to see it around this area when the light hits it. If I just rock that for you, can you see that glow? That's what we refer to as the life of the gemstone, sometimes referred to as internal luster. That isn't something you get to see on every amethyst. It's only extremely high quality. It's going to illuminate, it's going to brighten, it's going to be like there's a spotlight on your face. Today, ladies and gentlemen, pink amethyst at one price point. £7.95 for that amount of quality.
With clarity on it.
Yeah. The quality of clarity at £7.95. I did not expect that. I completely didn't assess the price on that whatsoever. I mean, look at the amount of light you're getting casting over this. It's just astonishing, the amount.
I did wonder whether it was fluorite because of that. It's got that glow, yeah. It did have a double take. Gorgeous.
Really pretty at £7.95. One thing I always say is, we see amethyst loads and loads and loads and loads, and I think we can kind of forget how high-end amethyst actually is. 5 chances left. I think we can forget how kind of astonishing the quality of amethyst is and how high-end amethyst is. One of my best friends got me as my birthday present a necklace from a well-known company, and it has an amethyst in the centre and diamonds around the outside, and it's set into white gold. And it reminds me, you know, that when we talk about amethyst, you are talking about something which throughout history has been paired with diamonds. £7.95 for the final two, just an astonishing deal. And if you fancy to keep that kind of quality up there, you have the opportunity to do so now with your clasping star buy. Hello everybody, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. How are you all? Sorry, you just got me in the middle of... Kerry goes, what are you looking at? I was like, your hairy coat. And she just, there was no, oh yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Or, oh, what do you think? She just went, you're weird. What? Hairy coat? What do you call it? Furry. Oh.
Not hairy.
All right, it was the wrong choice of words, was it? Sorry. Lovely. People are staring. Oh, I was staring at you. Maybe because I forgot the word furry and swapped it for hairy. Yeah, no, hairy's not the nicest. Nicest compliment, isn't it? Oh, Kerry, you look lovely and hairy today. Oh, I'm so sorry. Furry. Anyway, not the point. The point, ladies and gentlemen, is I've got something here which is going to really, really attract you. This is 925 sterling silver. That means it's real deal silver, 92.5% genuine silver. Okay, so you've got with that big props, you've got a big name, you've got big statement high shine jewellery, but you've also got the added bonus of this being a magnetic clasp. Now you'll be able to see you've got the magnetic action there. You have the large kind of sections here, which are, oops, come back, which you can see have got the magnets within there. And you can see how incredibly strong that magnet is. And the great thing about it being strong is, you know that if you've got a high-end gemstone, say those Peruvian opal I've got coming up for you in a bit, if you've got something really high-end there attached to it, you know full well that they are going to be kept nicely in place. I've got for you here the two sides, obviously, of the magnetic clasp, but also you'll be able to see you do have the lobster claw there at the bottom. Personally, I would take that off because for me, it seems like you've got two clasps there. You've got the magnetic section and you've got the lobster claw section. Yes, Gemma Crow.
It's because you can change your existing jewellery into magnetic jewellery. So if you've got a lobster claw clasp that you find very difficult to do up, the lobster claw on there clips into the ring on the current necklace, and the lobster claw on the current necklace clips into wherever it wants to on the extender chain, and then you can just do it up.
But I know how to open and close a jump ring, so surely I'd just attach this itself, wouldn't I?
You could, and then you could have a clasp as well.
See, I'm thrifty. I'm thrifty.
It's Thrifty Thursday. Good thinking, Becky.
Thank you, Gemma.
welcome.
Yeah, Thrifty Thursday. Yeah, I'd be taking it off, I would. Just because then I know that this is 925.
Yeah.
You've got serious strength on this as well, because you've got that serious strength to it, you don't have to be worried about these pieces kind of coming away. And the fact of the matter is, don't forget, you've got the extender chain on this too. Now, the extender chain means that you can wear this neckline piece at whatever kind of length you want to. If you work with children, like I do as well, the great thing about it is you don't have to worry if someone does kind of grab your necklace and yank on it, you don't have to worry that, you know, it's going to sort of hurt your neck or that your pieces are just going to pop off and kind of, you know, gemstones are going to be strewn everywhere. If you want to get your hands on this, now's your chance, ladies and gentlemen. Sterling silver magnetic clasp is rolling down in price point because we don't get to see these very often, but we do also have a very good quantity of these, so get it whilst you have the opportunity to do so. At £9.95. What do you think is good about magnetic clasps like this, please, Gem?
I just think it makes jewellery really accessible for you know, really easy to wear and quick to put on and safe as well. There's a safety element to that because, you know, if you do work with children and they pull at your jewellery, you do want it to come apart without breaking.
Yeah, you do.
So there's that as well. My dad, for example, he's got one arm.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be able to do any clasp up on if he wanted to wear a bracelet. He'd have to have a magnet so that it would almost do it itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, it makes it accessible and easy to wear.
Definitely. And one thing I would mention as well, because I've not actually seen this in recollection on our 925 magnetic clasp before, but it actually states 925 on there, if you can see that. So, and I've not actually seen that before on our clasp, but you do actually have the 925 written upon there as well, so people will know you're dealing with the real deal. There it is. £9.95 for you today. Nice work to you all. A massive price drop there, and I do need to remind you, 30-day money-back guarantee if you don't fall in love with this. But if you do want to get your hands on it, nay, if you do want to clasp your hands around it, then just ring us 0800 604 655, press option number 1 to call our call centre, or of course you can join us at JewelleryMaker.com if you so wish. Sterling silver weight on this, you're looking at over 3.5 grams, so a really sensational deal, and that isn't including the magnet itself, so a really phenomenal deal with a lot of inherent value, extremely wearable, and a great deal for you. Something we don't get to see often at all, I think.
Yeah, brilliant.
Been a while. Brilliant. Well done to everybody, and don't forget that price will go back up at 8 o'clock, so please do get it in and check it out as quickly as you possibly can. Bring it to you really quickly just before we mosey on over to a break. Rose quartz bicones. Now I know that we, as in we, are a big fan of bicones. Yep. I like them because of the way they tessellate, because of the way they fit in together. Why do you like them?
The same, they tessellate beautifully. So ladder weaves, beady beads, all those things are, you know, really work really perfectly with the bicone. But they got that lovely sparkle, and they're quite traditional. So that, you know, Victorian designs, they really work really well, because I think that must have been a cut that the Victorians used a lot, because it always puts me in mind of Victorian jewellery.
Love that.
So yeah, I think they're lovely.
They just work well together in ladder weaves, in bead weaving, in your wire work, of course, as well. They're going to be beautiful if you use them in, say, a fascinator. They're going to give you a really nice sparkle when that wire moves them. You have got 60 carats worth of this rose quartz with exceptional clarity. And you and I all saw the arrows, right? That means that Toby is dropping the price down. The price point today is a naughty one. That is not a price we're allowed to do normally at all.
That's incredible. I tell you why, the first time I bought bicones, before I used gemstones, I would pay for 20 gems more than that were glass. A lot more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Just glass?
Yeah. For little packs of 20, you know, not strung. And they would be rose quartz colour or peridot colour. You know?
Not the real thing.
No. Neither. I'm not knocking them if everything's got their place, but
no, of course.
You know, this is genuine gemstones, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the real deal. It's got history, it's got tale, it's got beauty about it as well.
Yeah.
At £5.95, the only thing it doesn't have is a big price tag.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Load you with it in your baskets, I'm being told, so please do check it out as quickly as you have the opportunity to do so. And actually, I've got some more pearls coming up later that will go phenomenally well with these, so do stay tuned for the pearls that I've got coming up later. Up next, Mystic Rainbow Coated Topaz. Now, when we hear Mystic, my head will naturally go to topaz anyway. We'll all know with Mystic Topaz, don't we? That beautiful, varied gemstone with topaz at the heart, a coating on the top that gives it this really unusual appeal. Well, this, ladies and gentlemen, is that gemstone. And the thing I love about it is that the coating isn't too acidic. And what I mean by that is sometimes with a Mystic Coated Topaz, what you'll get is a very, very hot pink colouring or really, really deep kind of orangey blue. This is a very delicate coating we've got on this indeed, which means you still get that mysticism. You still get that almost kind of, well, yeah, it is jewel colouring on these, but it also means that you can still see into the heart of this gemstone itself. You still get a feel for the real deal gem. It's going to be very eye-catching and very wearable. And again, Gem, not something we actually get to see that often, is it, a Mystic Topaz?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Really
I've got a meeting tonight with a bride to talk about her headpiece for that. I'd love to take that with me. I've nothing like that in my collection.
No. It'd be perfect for bridal, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, because it's not white and it's not ivory and it's not champagne. But it could be all of them, couldn't it?
Yeah.
It's perfect.
It is sensational.
Yeah, if I could do with that.
She's looking around
Right.
like, seriously, who's going to let me take this? 130 carats worth you have here. Your price point today is actually rolling down. Should have been almost £35. That's £10 off. That's £10 we've just taken off that. That is a huge amount we've just taken off. £10 off this strand. Thrifty Thursday continues, ladies and gentlemen. That is something really, really eye-catching.
It is.
£10 off, isn't it?
Yeah, £10 off is brilliant. But I mean, £34 for that strand is, you know, perfectly reasonable as well.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be happy to pay that. It's gorgeous.
Please don't forget for me, ladies and gentlemen, that £10 off is a big chunk of money. I always think even if we took 10p off, that's a big amount of money as well. You don't find 10p down the back of your sofa and just go, oh, 10p. I'll whack that in the bin. Do you?
No.
You don't. 10p, every penny counts. 10p, if I'll be honest, if I walked down the street and I saw 10p on the floor, you want to bet your bottom dollar I'd be bending down to get that. You wouldn't do it for anything less than 20p. Kerry's shaking her head at 20. 50p upwards, 50p upwards. Gemma Crow, how much on the floor would it take for you to pick it up? Busy shopping centre.
A penny, because it's lucky.
A penny. Oh, a penny.
Only because it's lucky.
Only because so if you saw a 2p.
No, no.
I love the way she says that. No, you idiot.
I don't know, 20p. I'll go
20p. Oh no, I'd be crouching down for, I'll be honest, 5p. I'll be honest. I used to pick up random playing cards.
Do you see them lying around a lot?
Yeah, playing cards. There's a park in Chester where people play cards quite a lot, and you find playing cards a lot around there. I just used to pick those up as well. Anyway, 24. What my point was?
Yeah, where were we going?
My point was, a 10p would be a good find. £10 is a cracker of a find, and it's like you've just found £10 because we've just given it back in your pocket. £24.95 for you today. Me, Gemma, and my entire team are heading on over for a carbohydrate pit stop. It's the break. After the break, I'm going to bring to you an absolute lengthy strand of one of our big 4 gemstones. So stay tuned for more gems, more inspiration, and more gems. We'll see you very shortly after the break.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
such a mammoth amount of emerald I've got here for you now. Hello everybody, my name is Rebecca Redican and I, as I say, I've got a mammoth amount of emerald here. Wowzers. That's mammoth, isn't it? It's like a double-length strand. You know when we have the never-ending necklaces of the nuggets? It's a bit like that, but with way more work and more value attached to it. Such a beautiful strand of emerald. I'm joined today by Gemma Crow. And Gemma Crow, I'd like to know, I say emerald, you say?
Green.
Good.
To the boss.
Could be like a song. I say emerald, you say?
Green.
Let's go out. Gem, why does this make you think Wizard of Oz, please?
It's beautiful. Emerald you grow up with, don't you? You know it's precious, and so it feels high end. You know, you don't imagine you're going to be able to. I remember getting a nugget of it in a competition. I won a little nugget.
What?
Of emerald. Yeah.
When?
Do you know the scratch cards you used to get in the newspapers? You scratch them off, and you can win a holiday or a camcorder or whatever. And the booby prize, no, the last prize would be something. A gemstone or something, and I remember getting this little nugget. I know you're looking a bit odd at me, but this is true. I had this little rough nugget of emerald come through the post. I was over the moon.
Right.
But if you think where we've come, you know, we're complacent about it now, aren't we?
No, I just think it's amazing that you would win that.
But I did.
I think that's brilliant.
But you know, it wasn't a camcorder, which was,
Wow.
at the time was disappointing.
I think that's amazing.
I'm gonna have to find it because you'd be amazed. It's like the size of one of those beads, but that was considered a prize. You know, you'd be happy that you got that.
I would be happy that. Well, I've told you I'm happy to find 5p on the floor, but yeah, I'd be happy to get that through the post. But what an amazing prize! And that's brilliant.
But you know what I'm saying? I think is that we value it that much that we're really happy. If we take our minds back before Jewellery Maker Day, we're really happy just to have the most, you know, minuscule piece of emeralds, you know.
Should we do that as our next competition, guys? Win one of these emeralds. Let's just snip the strand off and give every single one out of as a prize that you can get through the post. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Well, we'd get a lot of prizes out of that, wouldn't we?
Tell you what, yeah.
The whole audience.
The whole audience.
Everyone can have one.
I've got, ladies and gentlemen, your shaded emerald amethyst. Your price point today, I've just been told, is actually rolling down.
It's gorgeous anyway.
Now, you've got almost a metre of this, pretty much, not quite, about 8 centimetres worth. We've rolled it down to £14.95. That's £15. That's the price of a lunch out, isn't it? That's the price of a bottle of wine, a pub, pretty much. That £14.95 is not the general price point I would associate with one of the most prized, most loved, high-end gemstones in the world. And I doubt young Gemma would have thought that either. Would you, young Gemma?
I wouldn't have thought that, no.
No. That's an exceptional deal.
It is a phenomenal deal. And I had a strand like that of sapphires, and I put a tassel on each end, you know, made up with seed beads and other little gemstones and tassels of chain, and I just had one on each end, and I could wear it however I wanted. So I could knot it, or I could wrap it round and have it like a scarf, because it's long enough to do that.
That's good.
And you just have that with emeralds. Remarkable, really, isn't
That
it?
is absolutely remarkable. Cindy's been on the scratch cards as well. I got one of those too, Gemma.
Yeah, I'm not the only one.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, but I remember being chuffed to bits. And you know, here we are with almost a metre of it, you know, for £15.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. Actually, I do understand what you... I think that's a really cool prize. The first gemstone I owned was a nugget as well. Piece of fool's gold. Piece of fool's gold from the school trip we went on every single year between year 3 to year 5. Where did you go? Legoland. Other building blocks are available. They are. Stickle bricks, for example, and Connect Duplo. Duplo, that's the one, yeah, are available. You went to Legoland. I went to the Northwich Salt Museum. And at the Northwich Salt Museum, you used to get pieces of rough gemstones, and I used to buy them. Used to buy rough gemstones.
Yeah, me. Pyrite. Fool's gold, always.
Fool's gold, yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful pieces. £14.95. Get your hands on some emerald today, ladies and gentlemen. They are phenomenal, aren't they? Okay, let's mosey on into the kit, shall we? Because I know that Gemma is waiting with bated breath to give us the opportunity of creativity. You've got a mammoth kit here, and I'm just going to forewarn you, okay? Per component, these are going to be working out less than £4.50 per component. Quite a bit less. So I'm just giving you a bit of a hello, hi, heads up about that, so that you can get on the phone as quickly as you possibly can. First off, Gem, would you buy something like this normally?
Yep.
Why would you?
Because I love wood.
Do you?
Yeah, and I love it because I like heavy weight jewellery, big jewellery.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
always nice to have something that's really chunky but light, so you know you don't grow muscles as you wear it. That's do you know what I mean? Because I would wear really big bold jewellery.
Yeah.
And it looks great with my coppers and my leathers, and it looks great with everything. So yeah, for me, it's definitely one I've got. In fact, I do have individually almost all of these strands in my stash anyway. Yeah.
You're going to hate us, because we're going to drop this down to a really, really naughty price.
I am.
And I'm talking, if you were to buy these individually at staff cost, you would have been, for all of it, you would have been paying more.
Well, we might not be talking when we leave the
Don't
studio.
annoy the talent. I've got for you, ladies and gentlemen, a mammoth amount of treats in here. Let's start off with the essential threading pack, just because it's right here. 50 metres worth of that beading thread in there. It's a 0.38. It's super fine wire, and then it's got a really nice coating over it. This is the monofilament. Do you remember Gem was working with it previously? She worked with it through the with the pearls, and that's what that was. So if you're new to us, you've not seen it before, and you saw the demonstration earlier on, you can use this for that. And then you've got the elastic, does what it says on the tin. It's clear, it's springy, and it'll do you a lovely stretchy bracelet as well as other things. You've then got all of these sensational pieces. You've got your Bury beads in the cream, which are just so eye-catching. They have almost a glow about them. They really are unique and individual. I've also got in here for you, sorry, the faceted round beads. Big pieces at the 15mm in there, but then we're getting even bigger with the 23mm wood at the very, very end there. Real nice amount of surface area, which gives you the opportunity to see the age lines on this. And that texture built within, very pretty indeed. We're going over to the rondelles, which are the tiger ebony. Now those ones, the tiger ebony that you have, give you a real deepness. It's a very, very extravagant colour we've got in there, and actually would go great with that chocolate zircon I've got coming up for you a bit. You also have rosewood as well. 10mm. 10mm on those rosewood rounds. A really lovely, gentle, delicate colour on there. It's kind of touching on the blush, I think, which again just kind of makes all of these cords that I'll bring to you later on pop. And essentially you've got the 6 strands of your wood and the essential threading pack. One thing to note is that all of the drill holes on these are substantial. They truly are. The probably smallest one are the ones on the Bury beads, but even there you can see very sizable drill hole on there. The important thing about that is if you are going to be working these with cords, then you want to be able to know that they're going to go through. But some of them, I mean, just mammoth. Now, we're about to do a very naughty price point on this. And there's no need really, because I'll be honest with you, the pieces that I've got on now, I would, if I saw these in the store, if I saw these in the shop, I would be prepared to pay the price point for the whole kit on these pieces alone that I'm wearing. Transform your jewellery is right. It really, really is. You're going to have the opportunity to work with all of these stunning pieces that give you shine and texture, and we've got the cords coming up for you in a bit. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, is rolling down. Ignore that. Ignore it. Pretend that wasn't there. I promise you, I'm going to go under £21. £16.95, ladies and gentlemen. That price point for this amount of components is a corker. You're right there, Jen.
Fine. Absolutely fine.
That is shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, that really is. That's mad. That is a lot more than I paid for mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are you still looking so excited?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
no.
That was a moment where you should have gone, oh.
No, I know. Yeah. I was almost like I was happy about your sadness then, wasn't it?
Almost.
Like, I paid way more than that. Yeah, you did. That is a corker of a deal, isn't it?
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, blimmin' heck. Look at all that jewellery for that much money.
Can I just tell you, now just take a breath in when you hear this, per component it works out approximately £2.42 per component.
Yeah,
it's good that, isn't it, Gem?
It's great.
It's really good that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many people with this checking out like there's no tomorrow. So be quick to those phone lines because it's exceptional, it's unique, it's beautiful, and even though we've given you a discount, we're still going to give you free inspiration from Gemma Crow. Now, Gem. I'm blown away by the price. We've seen how many people are getting this at a lower price point than you did.
Thank you.
But the thing is, when you purchased it, you would have got it for a great price anyway.
I did get it for a great price.
And you are thrifty. We know you'd pick up a penny. So, you obviously were happy with the price of these originally anyway.
I was. And there's, like I said, they got such impact. I love them. I would definitely be getting a couple of those. Yeah. Because I know I would use them, and just these 23mm.
They're mammoth, aren't they?
Just gorgeous, just on their own as a neckline piece. Just, maybe a spacer in between, just look fantastic.
I absolutely love and adore these. I genuinely do. I think they're phenomenal. You'll be able to know, the keen-eyed among you, that there are lots of cords in here, and there's even some metallic elements here. We have got added extras coming up for you in a wee while. And I say a wee while, I mean a real wee while. Very, very wee indeed. Because stop saying we, I've just been told. Like small, not like, anyway. We've not got many of these left once everybody checks out at all, have we? So it's going to be a very short time before I need to bring on the other elements to this. So whilst that's selling out, let's just talk about the inspiration with this, please, Gem.
Oh, well, like I said, you can go big and bold and chunky. Yeah. And also you can go very unisex as well. And then it's also quite casual. So I've teamed it with the gold. I think it lifts it more, makes it more of a smart daytime. But then you can go the real casual look with long lengths and, sort of mixing your colours and your textures really nicely. And the great big drill holes in all the beads give you another level of scope because you can get lots of cords through. I've used the tubes as sort of tassel toppers. So, you can put, I think there's about 30 cords poured through those. So it really does give you such a vast... The only difficult thing with it is wishing you had 2 or 3 of them so you could make everything that you had in mind. Yeah. And just wear some of them really simply. Yeah. I mean, I would just strand that big strand I have got, just stranded with rose gold spacer bead in between each.
Beautiful.
And I wear that one.
And that's it. What I really like about wood, and I think a lot of people at home probably do as well, is that you can do pieces this big and bold, but still I would look at them and go, I'd wear that every day.
Yeah.
Whereas, for example, if that piece that we were looking at now was maybe made in certain gemstones, was maybe in big, bold pieces, I'd think, is it a bit showy-offy?
Yeah, I think that's because it's natural and it's light and it's not got any bling, has it?
Yeah.
It's earthy and grounded.
Earthy, perfect term for it, absolutely perfect. Now, just to let everybody know, I've got over 25 in baskets of this available, people waiting for it to check it out. And your names have gone off my screen 2 times over, and I can only see sort of a small amount of you, but your names have gone off my screen twice over now, so it is really important that you come on through and grab these whilst you have the opportunity to do so. We are getting low in stock. Once everybody checks out, I'd still have probably about 30, but it will be dipping my toe in the last chance saloon, so please do come through and get this as quick as you can. I don't want to have to interrupt Gem until we come to a natural stopping point, so what I am going to bring to you now is the cords, because of course we're going to need them for the workings that we're doing now.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about the cords.
Do you know, it's my first time using Essilon.
You are having a giraffe.
No, I know.
Really?
How have I come this far without using Essilon before?
I do not know.
And I do now thoroughly understand why everybody goes on about it so much. It's really lovely. It's really lovely. It feels beautiful. It knots beautifully. It does as it's told. It doesn't fly around. It's gorgeous colours. It's just lovely. Honestly, I'll be definitely having plenty of that in my stash from now on.
And as you've not worked with it before, but I know you know, this is not your first cord rodeo.
Oh, no.
You've worked with loads of other cords, your hemp, your satin, etc.
Yeah.
How does it compare in maybe kind of feel and workability to some of the others?
Well, I think it gives you, where I would have chose maybe hemp as a cord to go with these earthy designs, that can be a bit coarse and a bit stiff. So this in place of hemp for me every time now. Definitely no going back. So, and in terms of other things, it's difficult to compare. This is a threading material as well as a cord, whereas some of the others don't necessarily cross over that like that. So you know they're just brilliant.
What you've got here, ladies and gentlemen, is a collection of the colours, but you've also got a small selection of the actual sizes as well. You've got a collection of 0.9, but also 0.4 mil as well. And that does make a big difference, as we said, like the likes of the bronze in the slightly finer gauge, meaning that you're going to be able to thread these over a lot of your gemstones. And then you've got things like the kind of rich greens and this creamier tone here in the thicker gauge, which again is going to give you a bit more of a chunky look, a bit more of a chunkier appeal, but also it's going to be great for the likes of your maker and Mahimo. Big amount on each of those, by the way, varying from between 32 metres each to 70 metres each. I'm about to make it even sweeter because we're adding the metallic element. Now, was the metallic element important for you in this?
Yeah, I do like to have a little bit of the metallic in there, and I like how it just accents or punctuates designs, and it also shows, I think, in the kits that you can put your metallics with your woods and it works really well.
Yeah,
you know, you can cross those what you wouldn't necessarily cross them in it, but it does work nicely together.
It does work really beautifully, doesn't it? And I love how you've encapsulated that. It looks like something regal,
like a
thing the Queen has.
Oh,
a curtain.
I was going to say
scepter.
That's it, a scepter. Yeah, it does.
Yes, it's really beautiful.
Yeah, it's so simple. It's just threading your bead in thread through and through and through, and every time adding some of those spaces on. So it's really simple. A bit time consuming, but it's worth it, I think.
Now already I just need to let you know we've had a lot of people checking this out because you are getting 5 very popular colours that go so exceptionally well with these natural hues of the wood, and you're getting a big amount of those spaces as well in here. So people have already checked out your price point today. It's going to go down. We're rolling this down for you today. It's going to be a sensational bit of a price point for you. Multi-purchasers already purchasing at that original price point for £18.95 today. You have to be quick off the mark to get your hands on these because it's elements we don't get to see so often, in particular together. So a really great opportunity to get your hands on a bit of a dealio, bit of a bargain, but also free inspiration from Gemma Crow herself. Do feel free to add this to your basket, but do make sure we do encourage you to check it out when you have the opportunity, because that's how you guarantee that it is yours. There's over 15 in baskets already, and don't forget, it's not yours until you check it out. You're just saying, oh, I quite like that. But it won't be delivered to you, so do check it out when you have the opportunity. Gem, where are we going to go first on this creative journey?
I'm going to show you the necklace. It's actually plaited, but when it comes to the bottom, it looks like quite a complicated weave. So I just want to show you how to achieve that with your S-lons.
I think that is just beautiful. It's this web of design.
Yeah, and it almost looks quite Celtic, so
Yeah,
the way
you're
it
right.
comes together, but it's so simple. So I just want to talk you through that one, and we'll work through it.
Okay.
And there will be a bit of a gap at some point, so I don't know if there are other bits and pieces we've got.
Yes, there are indeedy.
All those.
Yes, yeah, it is. So you just tell me when we're at a natural stopping
Okay.
point, or
So-
just give a casual wink if you like.
Okay, right. What I've done so far is I've taken my 3 widest S-lon threads. I pull that down. My 3 widest S-lon threads, or thickest S-lon threads, the 3 colours, and I've done a lark's head knot through my clasp. So if I'll just show you that in case you're not familiar with what that is at home. If I take this, where have my threads gone? Oh, here they are. They were already. So I'm going to take all 3 colours together. The great thing about these is they don't just unravel themselves like a lot of cords. So we just pull some out. Now for this necklace, I'm using 3 strands doubled over. So I'm going to have 6 strands running through.
Okay.
And I've gone for just over 1 metre in length, so that I've got plenty to work with. Okay, so we take it off 1 metre. I'm not going to do that much for now because I've already prepped some of it. I'm going to cut it all off together. And then to do my lark's head knot, I would find the centre of my threads. They're all in together. Let's get that out of the way for a minute because it's distracting. And then this is one of my gemstones, but if you can imagine that it's a clasp, we just put them together like that, get the loop ready, and push the loops from that centre point through your clasp or your jump ring or whatever you're putting it onto. And then you've got a loop this side and your tails the other side. And then all we do is pass the tails through the loop, like so, and pull it down. And that gives you your lark's head knot. Just pull that. Sorry, I've lost that one then. So that gives us our lark's head knot. And that's how it looks. And so if this was our clasp or our jump ring, and we would then, from here, we then start plaiting this. Now when I'm making this design, I usually do a plait, and it's going to be different for everybody depending on your neckline and where you want this necklace to sit. But I generally plait a nice tight plait down to around where my collarbone would start.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I put the weave and the rest of the design in from there. So you take this thread and plait, simple plait. And if you've never done a plait before, you've got 3 lengths of thread. And I also have mixed the colours up. I don't know if you can see that. I've mixed the colours so that they're not all reds, all greens and all of that blush colour together. I've mixed them so they all blend. And so a plait, you've got 3 strands spread out like so, and you take your right strand over the centre and put it to the centre, and then you take your left strand and put it to the centre, and you keep doing that, and then we can keep that nice and tight. Now I'd recommend this plait to be fairly tight, not too tight that it's that it's stiff, but just fairly tight. The rest of the plait will be a bit more relaxed as you go through the necklace. So that's our first stage anyway. So I'll bring us back to here. And then I've plaited down here, so I've probably got about 4 inches of plait before, bring that down, before I want to start adding gemstones. And I've added a few in just to get us going, but I'm going to show you how I've done that. Now it sounds quite simple just to thread on your gemstones into a plait, but there's a technique that we use that keeps them locked in place. And you'll see that these are completely locked in, and they're locked in by the strand that crosses them. I'll show you how we can do that.
Okay.
So I'm going to take this. You can see here I've got 6 beads on, and what you will also need to do is prepare your bead tray. Let me bring this over. So when I'm preparing my bead tray, I lay all my beads out in the tray. So I did have 6 of these little ebony wood spaces this side, and then 3 of my faceted, what wood is that? Rosewood?
No, the
Tiger ebony? No. I can't remember what they're called. But
well, I do know what it's called, but I don't know how to pronounce it.
Is that a bayong, is it?
No. Robles, I want to say.
Robles?
There's a little wooden
Wobbles.
step here. I just more like wobbles. There's a little wooden step here. I just stood on it.
You don't have to act it out,
Robles.
Becky. It's fine.
Robles wood. Robles.
Okay. So 3 of my faceted Robles wood, and then I've then got 5 of my larger ones. Now I've chose 5 because 5 gives me a natural centre point, and I do want a centre for this, and then 3 again, and then 6. And then what you do from here is, because we work from one end to the right round to the other, you never deviate from this order.
Okay.
And that's really important. So you must make sure that you have symmetry. That's really important for any of these designs. So you've got your centre bead, and then so long as you've got symmetry, it doesn't matter what order they go in.
Okay.
But you must, once you've decided on your pattern, you must work from one side, and don't be tempted to get a bead from the other side. You work from one side all the way around in the order they are on your tray.
Or else you'll confuse yourself.
Yeah, and it when you're working round, you'd think it's not making sense, but it does.
Okay.
But it really does at the end. Okay. And just swap those round and get to them.
Okay.
Okay, so plaiting then. I'm going to take, you can see here I've got my 6 on, and you can see the space here means that I'm ready to thread another bead into this side.
Fab.
So I'm going to take my threads, and I'm going to take both threads through the next one in my tray, which is one of the Robles wood. Pass both threads through that wood, but then instead of just taking this straight over the centre like you would if you were plaiting, that doesn't keep the bead in place. The bead could slip over, okay? So what we want to do is you want to split the 2 threads. You put one over the centre and one under, and bring them back together. So it doesn't look any different at all than doing the plait, but what we've done is split them, and now what that's done is locked that bead in. It can't go anywhere. Okay, so then we're going to move this one out to the side, and we now have a new centre strand. I'll do that again. So we're going to take this side now. This is where our next bead is going in. It's always either on the left or the right, and it's where there's a space. It's quite intuitive. You can see where it needs to go.
Joe's just thanking you, Gem, saying your demos are fab. Thanks for explaining the lark's head knot. I've been wondering how to do that for a while now.
Oh, that's right, Joe.
It's one of those terms we kind of throw around a bit, the lark's head knot, but to actually see it, lets you know how simple it is, but refreshes the memory.
I think we forget, don't we? We forget that we started somewhere and didn't know these things at first. Okay, so now I've got my next one on, and you can see I've got my centre strand, and in a normal plait I would just bring my right hand strand here over to the centre, but to save that from coming out of place, that gemstone coming out of place, we split the cords. One goes under that centre one and one goes over, and then we bring them back together. Okay, so it does just look like a normal plait, but we keep going like that. So I'm going to build this up now, keep going. I'm going to work a bit quicker on these next ones. Okay, so this is my last of my Robles woods. When you're used to this, you'll be able to work this really quite quickly. But at first, it is handy to have your macrame board, because you can clip the threads in, and so you keep your tension exactly how you want it all the way through.
Got you.
Okay, so I'm going to put a few more of these on. Okay, so did you see that was a different one, just splitting them and passing it through.
Split them in the middle then.
Yeah. Okay, they always come back together straight away. They just go either side of the strand and then come back together straight away. And some people, when they're doing this for the first time, they tend to add them to a different strand, but these 3 strands always stay as 3 separate parts of your plait.
Okay.
They just come apart just briefly, just to go around that centre thread. Okay. So I'm going to keep going. Do you want to bring the cause while I finish doing
is that
those?
your casual wink, is it, Gem?
I'm going to keep going.
But you had some on your eye. Got for you here some more wood. Now, this is the final wood that we've got for you this afternoon, so if you want to get your hands on it, now would be a very good time to do so. I've got a stunning pair of treats. Now, this is a bundle, and this is your palm wood. Now, because I've got your palm wood and because I've got 2 strands of it, you know that we're going to do this at a mischievous price. You've got your cufflinks collection here, would be great for cufflinks as well as much more. And we are going to be rolling these down in price. Now, first things first. First things first, Gem. What do you think of this palm wood? I've just been told the price and my face has just gone, what, really? Well,
I like this. I have this as well.
Yes.
It's like an animal print, so
it really is stunning.
You know, it's great. It makes great flowers too.
Ooh.
So if you just thread sort of 8, 9,
Like that?
yeah, or even 7, you know, and you thread them and run your thread through them to create a circle, you've got flowers ready done.
Fantastic idea. Really love that. Gorgeous texture, really nice mottling, and to be able to get them in that saucer shape as well, quite unusual, makes them great for the likes of your spacers, but because they are quite chunky, still going to make a bit of a statement without tooting their own horn.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. They're great in between the big 23 mils.
Oh yeah, these
Space
ones.
those out, yeah. Yeah, they would look
Oh
lovely.
no, I've not got many chances. Oh no, your prize point today, ladies and gentlemen. I've not got many chances left. I've only got 40 left now. That's because you bargain hunters have been tapping away, checking these out as quick as a flash. I'm so sorry, only 40 of them left, but a really brilliant opportunity for the final 40 to get these. Do you know what else I've got coming up for you today? More cords and chain as well. And I say today, I mean in the next 20 or so minutes, so do stay tuned. Once they sell out, we will put that kit back on screen because I've got a handful or 2 of those left. 15 of these left. Well done, everybody. A great way to add these to this selection and more. $8.95.
Brilliant.
I'm back with you, Gem.
Okay. Right, so I'm on the last bit now. I've done all the centre beads, all the big ones. I'm just on these last 6 to put them in. I'm going to move this up my tray a bit so that I'm still threading where you can see.
Okay.
So,
Was that long enough, or do you want me to talk for more time?
No, that's all right.
Okay.
We've only got a few more to put on, and it is quite quick.
Okay.
And it's a little recap as well of how we thread
good
them.
old recap.
Yeah, in case you've been having a go at home and think, oh, I can't remember. Right, so let's go back to it. So pop the gemstone on, up into its position, split the cords, take both of them to the middle, around the centre one. So they go either side of that centre one. Okay, so last couple now.
Don't forget you can text in. 60777, so text with a James Studio. If you've got any questions for Gemma, or you just want to let her know how fantabulous you think her designs are, 60777. You can also get in touch at jewellerymaker.com as well. There's a little box that says, send a message to the studio, and you can just type it in there.
That's what I do all
Is
the
it?
time. Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
Do a Gemma Crow and send a message to the studio.
Sometimes you read them out.
Well, only if they're good, I suppose.
Yeah, I think when you're here, you don't read them out. I think you selective.
No, yeah, I say, if that Gemma
Gemma
Crow
texts
message is in one more time, just don't bother. It's not up to me what gets shown, it's Toby.
Right, okay, so we're on the last leg now. I'm just going to plait this section very quickly, and then we'll be on to add in the clasp. Okay, so we're nearly there. And you would plait this as much as the same as the other side. And if you've got a thread zapper at home, This is great because it will singe the ends for you and melt them in. So when you knot this thread, it's great to just melt the ends in so that it doesn't undo.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's leave that roughly here. Okay, so it's not quite the same length, but almost. I'll get away with that, I think. I've got the end of a toggle clasp somewhere. Swapped my trays around.
Hello ladies, great show, Gemma. Could you do this technique with wire? Thanks. Hey Lois. Gorgeous name. I love the name of Lois.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely when it comes to bringing it round, you have to make sure that you do that plait really loose because it may pucker at one side and lengthen at the other. So you'd have to make sure as you do it, you're actually putting it into the position, the resting final position, because this one we can do straight and the cords will naturally pull themselves into position when we pull it round, whereas a wire, you'll need to work in that round shape. But yeah, you could definitely do that. Okay.
Linda's saying, I often wonder how you'd make that design. It looks great. Thanks for the demo.
Ah, you're welcome. And it is really nice. You can do it with your beading thread as well. And beading thread's got a lovely hold to it, so it makes it quite springy.
Fab.
Okay, so if I just tie a knot, what I'm doing at this end is I'm tying a knot. I've separated the cords into 2 lots of 3 this time, and tie a knot. Be careful not to pull too tightly because you'll lose the neatness of your plait, where you'll change the tension. So 1 knot, and then what I do is I cut the one side off and burn or singe there, pop a bit of glue if you like, and the other side I then use to attach my cord. Now I'm going to cut this off just to get it out of the way, but that won't fully hold unless you do that singeing or gluing. Okay. So just pretend I've done that and it's not sticking out. I just don't want it to fall apart. Okay. The other 3 cords we can then take through the other end of our clasp, whichever one we've decided to do. And then what I do is pull them, double them back on themselves and do what is very much like a lark's head knot on the other side. So we pull the cords back on themselves like so and pull it right, nice and tight in. And then we're gonna, if you pop your finger in the way and bring your cords over, so you're like making a D shape, and then pull, then pop those cords up through that D shape where your finger is, and pull. It's like a lark's head knot. Pull that in. That's going to loop and attach it there. You do that a couple of times. Okay, and the effect that gives you is a lot like the one I've done on that hair braid there. Can you see the clip-in hair braid? You get this like twisted spiral effect. Now you can carry that on down if you like and have that effect carrying down, but I just want it a couple of times just to keep all my cords tidy and together at one end. Fab. Okay, so once I've got that knotted in, I would then do exactly the same as I did with the other knot. Just cut it down and singe the ends, or glue it, wait for it to dry, then cut the ends off, and then you can have a nice neat finish. All right. So here's our necklace, and depending on which way we pull it, if I pull it this way, I get this look with it. If I pull it the other way, I get a slightly different look with it. Yeah. It's, you know, it's less at the bottom. I like it that way because it feels a bit more symmetrical.
Centralised.
Okay, so that's where I got to. Now we want to, then what I've done is then added some extra, embellished it a bit more from there. So we can go further with this if we want to. Do you want to put anything in before I do the next bit, or shall I carry on?
I don't see why not.
Oh, go on then.
We've had loads of texting.
That's nice.
We've had loads of texting. Sorry, I'm just going to pop on over here.
Oh, I haven't seen that stash down there.
Grab some cords. I know, we're being sneaky today. We're being sneaky little gremlins. We've had loads of texting.
Have we?
Yeah. Should we get some in now? Loads of people asking about necklaces, about how you make certain things, and about the cords. So we'll bring some of those out in a second. Yeah. We're going to talk about cords now, actually. Okay. And this is the type of cord that feels like that bit on your dog's nose.
Okay, that nice little soft bit.
That little bit there. Just that bit.
Yeah. Oh, it does.
It doesn't it?
It does.
This is just beautiful. What do you like about Suede, please, Gem?
I like that it's easy to use, it's easy to wear, it cuts easily, it doesn't fray, it looks nice, it's lightweight.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really lovely.
It's just so soft.
It is soft, yeah.
It's beautiful against the skin. You've got a big amount of it on both spools, each spool, sorry, as well. 5 metres on each means 15 in total. Now, the technique that you've done, could we do the similar technique with these cords?
Yes, I think we could. Yeah. I
Give
can't see
you
why
a
not.
chunkier feel, wouldn't it?
Yeah, in fact, yeah, I'm thinking that would look really nice, Becky. Good idea.
Thank you, Gemma. These are your Suede selections that we have here, and there are 5 metres on each. The cord itself is nice and chunky, but oh so smooth. You can see that, can't you? Malleability, the way that it moves is just beautiful. Bang on trend colours, I've got to say. Very Pantone-esque, aren't they? You've got in here your tan, your orange and your brown suede here. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been made aware of the price point, and I don't think we should pay attention to it. Your price point today. The Suedette, Gemma Crow.
That's really good. How much is on
15.
each? 15 on each?
Meters, no, on each, in total.
Five.
In total.
That's amazing. It's
The
really,
genuine Suedette. Suedette's usually quite an expensive cord to get your hands on, isn't it?
yeah. Yeah, any of your, you know, your thongings like that for pendants and things are really expensive.
What, sorry?
Thonging.
Oh.
That's what it's called.
Oh, right, sorry. I thought you said that, but I was sure I misheard you.
That's what it's called.
Oh, thonging.
Thonging, yeah.
What does that mean?
Like leather cords and things like that. It's like you have and your sandals there. They call them thongs, don't they?
Yes.
See?
Australians call flip-flops flong.
Thongs. Thongs.
Flip-flops
It's cords.
flongs. You know what I mean. Hello, Shirley. Hi, Becky and Gemma. Fantastic show. Could Gemma tell us how to make the cord on the shorter necklace Becky's wearing? We've had loads of messages about this necklace, Shirley. Really good question, because I want to know as well. Tell us, Gem.
Okay, so I have used a base of wire in that. So I used just a, sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. No, I think that's great. I just would never have expected it.
So what I've done is made one length of wire, the length of that bar that you've got there with the cords on, and I've threaded five of my beads onto it, and then I've just wrapped with the Eslon, and I've glued sort of in between a few. I've done a few layers and then put a bit of glue, and then a few layers and put a bit of glue.
Oh yeah, gosh, there is just cord and cord and cord.
Yeah, loads. I mean, don't wrap really tightly. You want it to be loose and spongy.
Forget my face out the way.
And
Look,
you
them
can
cords inside.
You can bump it out a bit. Use some drinking straws or something like that underneath to widen, you know, to bump out your wire,
Bump
so
it
it's
out.
not, you don't use so much thread.
And then at the back,
At the back, it's just a macrame.
you've just gone.
Macrame cord.
That's beautiful.
There. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. That's the sort of jewellery I wear.
Yeah.
That's a me piece.
Me too.
It suits
Thank
you,
you.
Becky.
Thank you for that, Shirley. Really lovely to see you. We also had someone messaging in about this cord and said, what was the... Tina, great show. Could the thread be used for Tunisian crochet? I have used Zari thread. I turn to this medium when my hands are bad. Tina, I got myself a Tunisian crochet hook the other day, and I can't, my head won't work around it. Have you ever done it?
I've never done it, no, I'm not quite sure. Is it a cross between crochet and tatting?
Oh, I know what one of those words means.
Tatting is a bit like lace making.
Okay. It's crochet hook, but
Yeah.
really long.
Yeah. And is it?
Sorry, if you want more information, that's as far as I can go. Sorry. Like I say, I have tried, but I wasn't very successful.
Do you knit? Is it?
It's similar to crochet.
So you crochet? I suppose you crochet larger, bigger sections if you've got.
Sort of.
Yeah. I don't know, but I can imagine, yes, you can crochet with this.
If you can do the Tuscan, the Tunisian, crochet with the zari thread.
Oh yeah.
Then
can't see why not, and it would make a really lovely finished piece that had structure and strength to it.
Well, that's the great thing from what I've seen with the Tunisian crochet. It is incredibly intricate tight patterns that you get with it often.
Yeah, so this would hold your pattern, and the definition in your pattern would be really, really good. Because it is a nice tight thread without being stiff.
Yeah. I hope that helps you, Tina. Okie pokely, we're back to you now. Just to let you know, the chain is coming up in a moment or three, so do stay tuned.
Right, so what I want to show you now is once you've got your basic plait then, and you've got that lovely central cluster of beads, you've got the opportunity now to weave in and out of what you've already got in existence here. So I've threaded 7 of the little wheels, I can't remember what we called them, rondelles, and I put them onto a piece of my Eslon thread. Doesn't matter which colour, I suppose it just depends which colour you want more prominent.
Okay.
And I'm going to thread either end, one end through the bottom wooden bead one direction, okay, and put it through, and I'm going to take the opposite end of the thread and take it through the bead the other direction. Okay, and because the drill holes in these beads are so big, you can get lots of threads through. We don't have to worry about that. Okay, and then pull so we've got an even length of thread each side. Okay, so that's there. That just gives me a little bit more. Looks a bit smiley, doesn't it? Mouth, nose, eyes, ears.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. Yeah, it does a bit.
Like a beard, moustache. It almost looks like.
Yeah, little Mario stash. That's cute, isn't it?
Okay, and then I've got a bit of a gap here, and I wanted my design to taper, not just fall down at the bottom.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take one of these little tubes on each side. And the nice thing about this is it's symmetrical, so if you're one of those people that really loves order and symmetry, this is perfect for you, because whatever you do one side, you can just simply do the other side in exactly the same place. And we pop this one thread through this bead, so that's pulling that little tube into there. The same on the other side. Pop this cord through this bead, put it into place. Now there's me saying it's symmetrical, and I've only got 5 beads on this side, whereas Russian 6 on that one, so I would usually have a top one and it would be symmetrical.
If you were making this at home, would you take that all apart now?
No. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Be honest.
Yeah.
Be completely honest.
Yeah. I wouldn't wear it anyway like that.
No.
And I wouldn't sell it like that.
No.
So yeah, I'd have to take it apart.
Okay. But thankfully you haven't glued it here.
I haven't glued it yet,
fixed.
so I might get away with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see I've got this now, and I just think that my last bit of taper or last bit of design feature could come in here. So I've got a variety of gems, of beads and shapes to choose from. I did choose another one of the rondelles. I'll do that on both sides. Pop it through there and up through this bead here, the one that's next to it. Okay, and that just sits in there. You can keep going, you can keep adding more and more in if you wanted to. And that one through here and pull it up. Okay, so then what do I do with these tails? That's the next thing. So what I did with mine is I just continued to weave them through. So I would take this one, follow the thread round to here. The next point it would come is up through this bead here. Okay, and on that, and I'll do the same on the other side. So it goes up into that gem, that bead. Pop it through. And then comes up through this one.
Mm-hmm.
Pop it through.
Mm-hmm.
And then all I've done is then taken it through the plait. So followed the plait. So you can see the lines where the plait goes. So I follow it through, and then when I get to the very end and I've run out of thread, just a little dab of glue where it pops through at the back, and that'll just hold it in.
That's clever.
Because there's not really tension or pressure on that one thread.
Yeah.
But just a little dab of glue to hide it in amongst the plait. You won't even know it's there. You won't be able to find it on that one, I'm sure, if you looked for it. And that's that necklace all the way through. Just the key things to remember is make sure you lay your board out, and make sure that when you do that plait, these will only stay in place if you make sure you split those threads.
I think that is just a fantastic design. You've made it look so simple, and it is beautiful, isn't it? If everybody checks out, I'm going to have 2 of the kit left, and that's it. So you do have to be very quick. Now, we have briefly looked at the sort of scepter necklace here, and you've decided to place that on chain. Can you tell me why you went for chain with this design?
I mean, for me, the only thing that was missing from my bundle was chain.
Yes.
And I had this chain in my stash, and it matched my space of beads.
We've been hanging out too long.
We have.
It matched.
Bring Lucy back. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go on, tell us something. Tell us your inspiration. Go on.
It matched my space of beads.
It matched them,
It matched
did it?
and I just had that style. I wanted it to drape.
Yeah, and it does drape beautifully. And with the spaces that you've worked with here, you've gone from kind of the metallic and the spaces running through it. Would you always do that? And what I mean by that is, would you always do the metallics top and bottom for distribution purposes? Or could you just pop a nice wooden bead onto a bit of chain?
Oh, I don't know, Becky. I don't know. Maybe my eye does do that. I'm not sure. Have you noticed this as a pattern in my work?
Yeah, I have actually. Yeah, I've noticed it.
But possibly I like to balance things out. I mean, this chain that you're demonstrating here is sort of in the same tones as the wood, so I might not feel the need to do that. It would maybe more tone in with the wood.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's visual balance and and physical balance.
Physical balance, yeah.
So yeah, perhaps I would do that.
This is a really beautiful Rolo loop chain that we have here, which means you get all of these individual circlets and they're all attached in together. They have a flatness to them, but not a flatness to eye, a flatness on top and bottom, which means you get a really nice sheen that almost envelops itself around each one of these Rolo coils. As you can see, some of those wood beans will go onto it, beads, not beans, would go onto it absolutely exceptionally well, and so making it much easier, I suppose, if you did want to do these designs, or maybe even try out the design Gem's just shown us with the chain.
Wow, that could be impressive.
You've got 10 meters worth of this gorgeous antiques copper brass chain. Your price point today, £14.95 for 10 meters worth. Now you can pay way over that for this amount, can't you, Gem?
Yeah. I mean, 16-inch lengths, ready-made chains, or lengths of chain, you could be looking at, I don't know, £152.
Yeah.
For a 16-inch.
Just for a 16-inch.
Yeah.
So that price point, ladies and gentlemen, is working out exceptional. It truly is. Lots of you treating yourself to these ones today. And I think I quite like this chain because I think it's quite unisex, and wood for me is as well.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not blingy and
no.
In your face at all, is it? It's quite natural looking.
Really is. I think they're just a stunning pair, I truly do. And your body chain that you're donning now.
Yes.
Could we do a field for this?
Yeah, we could use
wood fusion.
We could do a version of this, but with the wood, and this chain would look lovely. Yeah.
I think that's a really lovely idea. And again, links are large enough on here. If you did want to do the likes of a charm bracelet, then you most certainly could add those into it as well, with more wire or your head pins. Really beautiful chain there. Well done to everyone who's got their hands on that. And like we say, a real nice way of adding a little bit of a metallic edge to your wooden designs. Now, speaking of nature, speaking of those natural tones, after the break, the oldest gemstone in the world, which is
zircon,
in a deep, rich colour, which is
brown.
Chocolate. Sounds better. But it is brown. After the break, we're going to be bringing that to you as a
star buy.
See you in a bit.
Am I right?
are live every day from 8 AM to 9 PM. So come and join in and get creating with Jewellery Maker. Did you know